Squid it, squid it, boo. Squid it, quite the delay. You don't have to whisper. Bringing the guy up. Great. It's live. Yeah. It's true. This is the mic. I am Scott. Yeah. Hmm. Yep.
Hello? Can you hear me? Does it come on the speakers now?
We'll be able to take the levels up and down as you know. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yeah. We'll leave it. Well, I'm gonna turn off.
make sure you were comfortable with the introduction.
Okay, yeah.
And so I thought if you'd take a look at that.
All right.
Anything you want to change, just let me know.
Let's see. Yes, that one is not my most current. So let me. I'm sure you got it from a like.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's my fault. Yes.
No, the publicist
My
just sent,
publicist,
and
okay.
I added some stuff
Okay,
which you had me
wonderful.
change.
Let's see. Well, I'm not doing this podcast anymore, so I can take that one.
Huh.
And let's see. Yeah, I mean, yes. I also have a couple of picture books now too that we could include if we wanted to.
Sure.
In the so
And
let's
is
see.
that for young
It's for children, like young children,
young children, young
um,
adult novels? Okay, why
let's
don't I add
see.
it here?
and we can just say
And
um,
picture books for,
yeah, young children.
is that what you call them? Picture books?
Yeah, picture.
Do you do the illustration as well as the
No,
writing?
no,
And
just the
picture
writing.
books for children elementary age?
Yeah, like preschool and
Preschool.
elementary.
I was going to mention how much education had factored into your life
Oh yeah, sure.
with having tutored your way through college,
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
and your parents both being teachers. I mean, I was enjoying that. But I don't want to take away
Oh, please.
from the amount of time you have.
Oh no, I
Um,
don't.
I'll sit right somewhere up front and
Okay.
give you a nod.
Okay, great.
At 9:45 will be the last question.
Okay.
And so you have from 9 till, I don't know how much time you want to leave for questions.
I love Q&A. Do
Yes,
you find that the group enjoys asking
I think so.
questions? Okay.
I
Yeah.
think so.
So I mean, maybe I'll just kind of check out the feeling of the room. And,
Yeah.
so I certainly have plenty to say
Perfect.
before that.
Hey,
Yes.
my copy.
Tomorrow.
Or just your,
Sign. Okay.
whatever works for you.
Well,
I might pass this on to a grandchild, so that.
all right.
Thank you
Of
very
course,
much.
Thank you.
And I put it up here, so
Okay.
does that look good?
Yeah. Okay.
It's cracked.
Okay. That's fine.
And there's handheld mics that people go to people.
Okay.
So they can hear the beginning and end of the question. Hopefully people will ask questions and not pontificate. You know how it
I
is.
don't mind. I can.
Your picture books for preschool children were released when?
One of them came out last year, and another comes out next month.
Oh. And are you working on anything else?
Yes, I have a chapter book for chapter book series coming out, and I'm currently working on my second novel for adults. I have a lot going on.
You
I
do.
do. Yes.
And how old is your daughter?
She's 9.
That's a busy age as well.
It really is. It's a great age.
Well, that's
Loving
great.
it.
Oh, Nina, this is great. It's such a
Good.
pleasure to meet you.
Oh, it's so nice to meet you too, Mel.
So I have got to do all this kind of,
Yeah, that's great.
what we would call that, the paid announcements.
Yes. Wonderful. So should I just take a seat?
Yeah,
up here somewhere?
any
Okay.
place you're comfortable.
Okay.
don't know this, I don't think they're rigid. They're not rigid here. No, no. It's a different church where they're really rigid. Oh, no, you're fine. Caffeine up.
Still a little bit on West Coast time, so.
Right. 8:59, I think we can start. Good morning, fellow bibliophiles. My name is Mal Welch. Welcome to the 16th, can you believe it, annual Savannah Book Festival. This year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Cintron, Robert Faircloth, the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We're especially grateful to Georgia Power for sponsoring the First Baptist Church Fellowship Hall, where you all are sitting warm and cozy. We'd also like to welcome our generous sponsors and literati members today. It is through your support that we're able to make festival events this Saturday free to the public. 90% of the funding comes from donors just mentioned and literati members, and we thank you. Mostly due to increase in plane fares and hotels, costs for this year's festival are up 30% over last year. If you're inclined to pitch in, you will see volunteers with yellow buckets happy to accept your donations. On the back of the program, you'll find info on downloading the Savannah Book Festival app on your phone. The app will help you to keep on top of all the great events. You don't want to miss anything. And before we get started, a couple of housekeeping notes. Nina will be signing festival purchased copies of her book at Telfair Square immediately following this presentation. I hope the heaters are on in those tents. Or you can purchase at the Ex Libris table right here. If you're planning to stay for the next author, Paul Dwarin, please move forward to fill the seats as the venue empties. This will assist the ushers in determining available seats for the session. Please take a minute to make sure your cell phone is off and no flash photography, please. On the back of your program, you'll find a QR code for a survey. I can't tell you how important it is to take a moment to share your opinion. I think it's 15 questions long. This survey not only helps the festival continuously improve, it helps to measure the impact of the festival on the city of Savannah. Your response is important to the funding of the arts in our community. And later, as you exit the venue, you'll see the volunteers holding those yellow buckets I just mentioned. If cash is a thing of the past for you, you can Venmo. There's an app on there's a QR code on the back of the program. And there's also an ability to contribute through the website. Almost there. We'll have the opportunity for questions and answers at the end of Nina's talk. Please raise your hand, and Usher will come with a microphone. We want everyone to be able to hear your questions, even though we're in an intimate space. It's nice to have the mic. Nina LaCour is with us today, courtesy of Jane Rosen. Nina LaCour is the Michael L. Prince award-winning and nationally best-selling author of 5 critically acclaimed young adult novels. Among them, Watch Over Me, We Are Okay, Hold Still, and Everything Leads to You. She has also written picture books for preschool children, one last year, and one is about to be released next month. She teaches an MFA Children and Young Adults Writing program at Hamline University in St. Paul, Minnesota. She comes from a family of teachers. She taught her way through college, paid for her college by teaching. She's a former indie bookseller, a high school English teacher, a lover of cooking and gardening. Nina lives with her wife and her 9-year-old daughter in San Francisco. Herba Buena is her debut adult novel. Please give a warm Savannah welcome to Nina LaCour.
Thank you, Mal, for that lovely introduction. And thank you, Jane, for being my sponsor and bringing me here. I'm so happy to be here in Savannah with all of you. And the festival is so beautiful and impressive so far. I've just been enjoying it and soaking it all in. And I've been reflecting too on my first time I came to Savannah, which was, I think, let's see, I think it was about 23 years ago. I was 17 years old, and my mother's side of the family has relatives in North Carolina. And so I was really interested in the South. I had never spent any time in the South before. And so we went to visit them, and then we went on a road trip. And Savannah was the destination that I chose. I was working in an independent bookstore. It was my high school job. And Of course, I don't need to mention the book. That was all the rage back then, that I'm sure everyone comes here and talks to you about Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. But it was all the rage. We were selling so many copies, and I was so fascinated by the beauty of the old houses and the cemeteries, and I wanted to come. And so we got in the car. We got a rental car. Neither of us had any idea how to navigate through this time. I was only this area of the country. I was only 17. I've always lived in the San Francisco Bay Area, to give you context, so quite far away. And of course, we didn't have our phones to help us navigate at that time. So we had our maps and we're trying to make it to Savannah. We don't have any hotel reservations. We don't have any plan. We're just discovering what we find. And we had been driving for a long time. We were very, very hungry and we wanted seafood. We were like, we've heard that Savannah has excellent seafood. Can we find some? So we were pulled over, like in a parking lot, kind of looking at a map, trying to figure out where we should go. And I'm sure we were not even in Savannah at that point. I think we were outside of the city. And a man pulled up in a pickup truck and he said, "Oh, can I help you look for something?" And we were kind of shocked because in California we are not as friendly. We're friendly, but we're more reserved. Like if you ask for help, we will offer help, but we're not just going to walk over to a group of people and offer to help them. So we told him, we really would love some seafood. We're hungry. We don't know the area, and we expected him to give us directions, and instead he said, "Well, I will lead you there." And we were like, "Okay." So we got in the car, he got in his truck. He was so kind. At first we felt great about this plan. So we got in the car. We're following his pickup truck, and it's getting dark by that time. And it's, as I said, outside of the city, long, winding roads. We couldn't really see where we were going. And my mother is growing increasingly concerned about this. And she's like, "What example am I setting for my 17-year-old daughter? We are following a stranger in a strange land, like to like this, possible seafood restaurant." And we kept going, kind of increasingly alarmed, wondering if we should turn around, having no idea where we are. And finally, we saw a light in the distance, and it was a restaurant. And we pulled up, and he rolled down his window and waved his hand and said, "Enjoy your time in Savannah," and drove around and backtracked, like set off on the road. He went totally out of his way, miles and miles, to take us to this restaurant. So that was my introduction to your beautiful city. And I'm very, very glad to be back. All right. So, where should I begin? I do have notes. All right. So, Yerba Buena is the book that I am here to talk about. And I'm going to start kind of way back because this novel, I believe it or not, I started writing this novel about 3 years after that Savannah trip. So, a very, very long time ago. I was on a different trip. I had gone with my then girlfriend, now wife, to New York City, where she's from New York. And I had never been there before. And I remember this feeling, and I'm sure you all can relate to this, the feeling of being somewhere that feels completely new. Like New York City, if you've never been there and then you're there, it feels unlike any other place. And so we were in New York, we were on the subway, we emerged in Brooklyn, and we walked a few steps, and then there was this beautiful cafe. And I remember this cafe so clearly. I remember just walking in and seeing all of these velvet sofas, and this huge crystal chandelier, and this beautiful kind of cafe bar. And suddenly I was just struck with inspiration, and I had this character come to me, and I knew her name was Sarah, and I knew she had a little brother named Spencer. And I knew that there was this tension between them, and this sadness, and a sense of betrayal and regret. And I was just like overcome with curiosity and emotion for these characters. And so I started writing a bunch of notes about them and little vignettes. And I'll talk a little bit in a little while about how I write. But I started just like writing all of these little scenes. And the interesting thing about this cafe is that since I know so many people who live in Brooklyn and who live like near where it was, and nobody knows that this cafe exists. Like nobody, my editor lives in Brooklyn, the editor of this book, and she like searched for the cafe and couldn't find it. And maybe it's gone by now, but I also kind of like to imagine that maybe it's like a dream or something. Maybe it didn't really, maybe it just existed for me, or maybe I turned it into something much grander than it actually was. But I find that when I am kind of like in the throes of inspiration or the creative process, everything kind of seems grander than it does in normal life. And so it's possible that this was just a very normal cafe and I made it into a beautiful grand cafe. So I started working on this book. I was a senior in college, and I just so first came Sarah and her brother Spencer, then came this other character Emily, and Emily was a little bit more of a blank slate for me. I wasn't sure exactly where she was in her life or what she was doing. But I did know about her family because I have always wanted to write about my family on my dad's side. They are Creole from New Orleans. They moved from New Orleans to Los Angeles as part of the Great Migration after World War II. And I grew up listening to my grandparents' stories and wanting to write about them. And so I knew Emily would be like in Los Angeles, that her family would kind of resemble my extended family. And so I started toying with her too. And I knew that Sarah and Emily would intersect and fall in love, but I didn't know how they would meet because I knew they had very different family backgrounds. And just like, how would these two women meet? I didn't know. But I kept exploring, and I used the little scenes that I had written to apply to graduate school. I applied to Mills College in Oakland, California, and I just really wanted to study there. I didn't want to leave the Bay Area, and I had heard wonderful things about that program. So I applied and I got in using the samples from Yerba Buena, and I was very excited. I was 21, so I was pretty young for the program. The program spanned, generations, or yeah, generations, in terms of the demographic of the students. And it was finally time for my first workshop. And if for those of you who aren't familiar with the graduate model workshop, what happens is you give your classmates and professor a packet of what you've written. And so in this case, it was a novel workshop. So I think it was like 40 pages. So 40 pages, and they take it home and they read it and they tell you everything they think about it. And then you sit around a table and the professor leads a discussion just scrutinizing your work. So basically it's a form of torture. And I had done like a couple little low key workshops in undergrad, and they'd always been like very positive, like writing is the thing that I do. Like at that point in my life, I hadn't faced much adversity when it came to my writing. It was like the thing I was good at. Like, and so I entered this workshop very, very nervous, but optimistic. And then I proceeded to just sit there for an hour as they just ripped my submission to shreds, just completely obliterated it. And my professor, who was an excellent teacher and a wonderful writer and will not be named, um, on the side, on the margin of like a scene that I wrote, "This is just awful." So it was, needless to say, absolutely crushing. I held it together through the workshop. And of course, there were nice things, but you never remember the nice things. All I remember is the terrible stuff. Um, I actually recently found that manuscript that he had marked up, and there was so much nice stuff in there. But I mean, when you see this is just awful across the page, basically you can't see anything else. So it was the time for the break in the class. It's a 3-hour class, and I went into the bathroom and I closed myself into a stall and I just sobbed. I just got it out of my system, went back to class, kept my head up, and continued the semester. But I did not continue the novel. I just couldn't do it. I felt so, my self esteem was so shaken. I felt like I had no way forward. Whenever I sat down to write, I just saw this is just awful scrolled in my brain. Every critique that they had made, I just really, it nestled deep. And so instead, I took a class that I had really been wanting to take, which was on adolescent fiction. And I had always been interested in writing for children and young adults, but I hadn't had like the right idea or anything. It was just kind of just a casual interest. And I took this class and I started reading the assigned books that the wonderful professor, her name's Catherine Reese. She's just a very long time children's writer, who's wonderful. Um, I read the books and I just felt like this is wonderful. Like these books are so good. They're so true. They're so like smart and sincere, and they give so much dignity to the teen experience, which is this experience that we all have. But I think in society and in popular culture, it is tempting to kind of dismiss the teen experience in terms of like, oh, they're just being dramatic, or oh, the love isn't real, or oh, they'll just get over it. But I think if we all remember our teen years, we remember how incredibly formative they are and how profound they really are. And so I was reading these books, and as I mentioned, I was 21, so I was very close to my teen years at that time. And I felt like this is great. And I went home and I started writing, uh, for an assignment. And I wrote this scene of these two teenage girls on a swing. And again, kind of like when I started Yerba Buena, like I knew the feeling, like I knew one of them was gone now. I knew this was like a memory, and I knew the other friend was still there. And I wrote about this like just beautiful moment shared between friends, like swinging, and it starts to rain, and it just felt very real. And so I started writing that book, and I didn't stop. And that is the book that became my first novel. And that novel is called Hold Still. It was my graduate school thesis, and it was published a couple years after I finished grad school. And that just kicked off my career in a different trajectory than I had imagined. Like I went into grad school writing, adult literary fiction, and I came out being a young adult author, and that has been wonderful. That was my first book came out in 2009, though I sold it in 2007, so it was a 2-year publication process. um, and ever since then, I have been very fortunate to have my publisher continue to ask for more books. So each time I finished one at Penguin, they would sign me up for another one, and it's wonderful because I felt very, very happy writing those books. And also, it's job security. And as a writer, job security is a very elusive and enticing thing. So I kept writing my YA novels, and in between them, I would just think about this book. I would think about Sarah and Emily, and I still had those pages, like locked away in my file cabinet, and they still were very much alive in my mind. And it became this question of like, will I write this novel? Like, is this going to be a failed project forever, or can I resurrect these characters? And they wouldn't leave me alone. And so the next time I went back to Yerba Buena was in about 2007, and my parents were house hunting, and I was going into all of these old houses in Oakland, California. And Oakland has some beautiful old houses. I don't need to tell you all about beautiful old houses, but on the West Coast, we're talking houses from like the 20s are beautiful old houses. So we're in there, in all these houses, and just I got kind of obsessed. So I would go to all the open houses of all of these places. And I was very drawn to these kind of dilapidated houses that showed a lot of disrepair but had great bones, and I became enamored of them. And so I thought, maybe this book doesn't take place at all in New York. Maybe it takes place in California, and maybe it takes place in a big, beautiful old house. And so then I started working on a new draft. And in this draft, my characters all ended up living in this house. And it was this big, messy, like just mash of people. Like there were people who were in love with each other. There were like the siblings of those people. There were the parents who were getting divorced. There was just kind of all of this interesting interpersonal dynamics all under one roof. And I toyed with that idea for a long time, but then the next deadline for my next YA book came up, and I had to set it aside. And that's kind of how it went for several years. Like I would start again in the middle, in like the little break between my other novels, and then I would have to give it up. And then a big life change happened. My family had been living in the East Bay, and my dear friend Jandy Nelson, she's a wonderful writer, called me up one day and said, I know this sounds crazy, but this building I've been renting in San Francisco for like 17 years is it's a duplex. I'd been over there. She's like, it's a duplex. The landlords want to sell it. They're just finished being landlords, and they've offered to sell it to me. And would you like to go in on it with me and live downstairs? And my family and I were like, absolutely. We would love to move to San Francisco. So we bought this duplex, and the the unit that we were moving into had been a rental for a long time, and just had, it wasn't, we just wanted it to be nicer. And so we thought, okay, we're gonna gut it before we move in. Like, we're gonna just rip out the, laminate and the carpet, and we're going to completely gut the kitchen, and we're gonna take out. It had like this. The kitchen had this strange. I promise you, this story is going somewhere. It had this strange like thing that jutted out, and it turns out it was an old fireplace, but it wasn't like an operational fireplace. Oh no, it wasn't. It was a chimney, an old chimney that like raised up from the basement to the top of the house. So we had someone do the very messy process of like taking out these like um this place was built in 1906, so like taking out these old bricks from 1906 that were just covered in soot and disgusting. And but then they were gone, and so there was kind of like all this exposed like lath and plaster behind it. So the house was completely gutted, and we were like, okay, blank slate, we're ready to renovate. And then this happened to be 2020, and 3 days after we signed the papers, because we had it then, it was like signed the papers, gutted the house, and then San Francisco issued shelter in place orders because of COVID. We had nowhere to live, so we were living in our house. All work stopped, so we were living in a house with a completely gutted kitchen and exposed interior walls. And we stayed there for months and months and months with no work being done. And I hooked up a hot plate and a toaster oven, and we had someone install a utility sink to use in our kitchen. And that's how we cooked meals for 6 months. Um, so during that time, I was like, what is happening? I'm sure you all remember this time. Like, is the world ending? Is this it? And I just kept thinking, like, I want to finish this novel. This is my first novel. These characters have always lived inside of me, and I want to give them a home out in the world. I at least want to try. And it was very, very scary and very different because, as I mentioned, for so many years, I've been writing with contracts. I've been writing knowing that this book that I am writing is going to be published. This one, I was writing completely just for the sake of writing it. I had no idea if a adult market would be interested in me. I had no idea if the publisher, if I would get, any offers on this book. So I was just writing it because I wanted to. And so for a very intense few months, I would go into our front room, which I used as an office, and I would pretend that I was in beautiful restaurants and in beautiful houses. And my wife is a wonderful mixologist, and she would bring me cocktails in the evening. And I would just sit and I just wrote this book in just a giant push. And I started completely over again. I didn't use a word of any of those original drafts that I had done. And then I finished it, and it became Your Buena, and people wanted it. It was very exciting. So I'll tell you a little bit about the actual book, and then I would love to, um, have questions. I love Q&A, and can go talk about all sorts of things. Oh, actually, I told you I would talk about my process, so I will talk about that for a moment. So when I go to write a book, I never write from beginning to end. I just can't do it. I get very bored. So instead, I just follow whatever speaks to me. And so, like, when I'm sitting down to write, sometimes I will have already been kind of caught by an idea. And so I'll just write a scene, like, here are two characters in the kitchen talking. And I tend to not even know where in the book it's going to go. It's just a conversation. And then I do this over and over again. So then I'll write a description of a place, or then I'll write a feeling that somebody's having, or um, a setting description. And then finally, I have enough scenes that I can start to understand like the shape of the book that I'm working on, and I'm able to piece them together and then go back to those sections in a more intentional way and like craft an arc out of them and kind of fill in the blank. So it's kind of like a puzzle where I'm just writing all over it, all of these pieces, and then finally I get to the point where I can see the image and I get to fill it all in. So so that's how this book started as well. And one of the things that was really difficult for me is it's a book that spans about a decade in these two young women's lives, and I didn't know, and it's a dual story. My favorite description of this book came from a reader who told me that it's a love story nestled within two coming into adulthood stories. And I thought, yes, that's exactly what I was doing. So um, sometimes my readers phrase things much better than I can. It's very difficult. It's like I love writing the books, but when it comes to explaining what they're about, I don't know how to do it. So I depend on you all for that. So what's interesting is Sarah and Emily's stories are not chronologically, they're not aligned. Like Sarah's story, there's a lot more of her teen years, and then there is the story of the adulthood, but it's kind of more weighted towards the earlier part of her life. Whereas for Emily, a lot more happens in the years where she is, approaching 30. And so I was like, how do I tell a dual story like this when the chronology is just all weird? And so that held me up a lot, and I kept trying to figure it out. And then I realized I just had to write it. So then I just went back to my normal process, wrote my vignettes, and let the structure kind of present itself to me. And it ended up being a very kind of like fluid structure. It moves through time in a very fluid way. And I like that because that's kind of how I feel life works. Like we're in the moment that we are now, but we're thinking about something from the past. And, our pasts continue to rise up and remind us of them. And so that's how the novel is structured. But it follows Sarah and Emily. Sarah is from the Russian River area, which is north of San Francisco. It's a very beautiful area with redwood forests and a river. Um, and it also has a lot of poverty and a lot of drug addiction. And um, it's a it's a fraught place. It's a place that I grew up going to a lot. It's still one of my favorite places in the world. But as in many kind of little tourist towns, it's very different to visit than it is to live there and try to make a life in a place where the economy relies solely on tourism, basically. So I imagined what it was like to live there for her, and set it in her little town called Guerneville. And she has a very tragic start to her life. And so her narrative is really figuring out how to kind of move on. She's fiercely independent by necessity. So it's a lot about opening up to people and becoming more vulnerable and finding ways to trust. And then Emily comes from more comfortable family, and she also has trauma in her youth related to her sister, but um it's a much less dramatic story. It's a much more like internal story of kind of getting over the experience of being like the good daughter who will always do exactly what is planned for her, and to have needs and express them and rely on somebody else. And so I like to think of it as a story of what happens when we fall in love, and all of the baggage that we bring with us, and all of the ways in which we have protected ourselves, um, ways in which like we've protected ourselves in our youth because of our experiences, and then how we have to start letting those things go in order to fully love another person and allow ourselves to be loved. So that is what the story is about. And I would love, oh, actually, I was going to read you a tiny bit if you'd like. Could I have a time check, Mom? Till 9:45? Or okay, great. Actually, why don't we just go to questions? And then if there's a lull, I will read you a little part. Yes. Hmm. Yes. I love that question. I've actually never been asked that question before. Thank you for asking it. Um, Gosh, what would I tell her? I mean, I think I would tell her like, welcome. This is a tough business. It's a business that is you know, even like I consider myself very fortunate in terms of my publishing career. I've published many books now. I have a picture book coming out next month. I have a chapter book series for 6 to 10-year-olds coming out later this year. I have a second novel, adult novel, already signed up that I'm nearing the end of a draft. Like I write a lot. I get to write for a living. It's fantastic, but also the rejection never stops, and I am lucky that I have had books, most of my books that I've taken out have gone to auction, and many publishers have wanted them, and it's been very exciting. But also in that, many publishers have passed in each one, and it never stops stinging when those people, don't want your book and don't want to give you a chance. Um, and also, like, the professional reviews of books vary, and you know, most people have the experience of having books that have some rave reviews, and then there's always like a mean one in there too. And like that never goes away. Where like, and then there are the big reviews, like the New York Times, like, and it's like, when the New York Times was going to review this book, I didn't sleep for like weeks, because it's like, it's so public. It's People are looking at this thing that you made, which is such an expression of yourself, which is full of you. And they're looking at it with this critical lens, and they're bringing their own, preferences to it. And then it's just one person's opinion, but it's printed in the New York Times for the whole world to read. And so the scrutiny never ends. People will always, no book is for every person. And so it was a it was a rough introduction, I guess, to the world of um, writing for others, but it was also uh, um, I guess an appropriate one in terms of what to expect. Um, you have to kind of have a little bit of a hard skin to do it, and I have it has gotten much better for me, like, over time. It used to be crushing, and it still is. I mean, I still, the nerves are really bad, but um, like, my picture book that's coming out, I just got a beautiful review for it. And then I just got this review that said that the writing was stiff. And I was kind of like, all right. Like, it's like, I mean, I'll still think about it and worry about it a little bit, but it won't consume me in a way that it used to consume me if I got, some negative thing in a review. So it was an initiation, I guess. And I got through it.
Oh, oh, I get a mic. I loved your book so much.
Thank you.
Also, I can relate to the workshop thing because I had a teacher tell me I should just stop fiction writing.
Oh
She was like,
no.
I think just move on. Anyway,
Oh,
I felt like the scenes in the book where people were sharing meals, dinner parties, sharing meals were some of the most beautiful I've ever read. Like, my gut is when you're talking about your process, you were talking about sort of things bubbling up or moments, but like, is there like, is the food driving it? Are you like, I need like this thing to happen in the food scenes, or is that sort of a different way of writing scenes?
thank you so much. I mean, again, I was writing this during like lockdown in a room, and all of my food I was cooking for myself in very, sad circumstances. Um, and so I like, like, dinner parties and beautiful restaurants are like the great joys of my life. I mean, I love a gorgeous bar, I love a beautiful restaurant, I love just like anyone preparing food for me or preparing food for others. Like, it's something that is so special to me. So it was, when I was writing this, it was really kind of a way to transport myself back into those situations. And I always feel like, I mean, the food is so important in this book. There's a scene late in the novel where Emily and her sister prepare gumbo. And gumbo is, a Creole dish. It's something that my grandfather made for me. My cousins make it. My aunt makes it. My father, I grew up eating his gumbo. It's always so special when he makes it. And he taught my brother and me how to make it a few years ago. And so I think it's really special, like, to have this family recipe that's like so tied to our heritage that we will continue to teach. I'll teach my daughter to make gumbo when she's old enough. And so the food always kind of means something more. So, like, in that scene, it's really Emily and Colette connecting and healing in this way. And kind of also because it is this family recipe, and they're using their father's kind of annotated instructions to cook the food. They are kind of, I thought of it as a way that they're kind of bringing their family into the future. Like, they're defining what their family looks like, they're taking on this tradition and making it their own, and then they're serving it to people that they care about and love. And so I thought was thinking about it like on a thematic level like that, also just an appreciation of food. And then definitely like I always want to keep the plot moving. I want to keep getting to know the characters more. Like this particular scene happens very late in the novel, but we get to learn something about Sarah that we didn't really learn before, like the way that she thinks about this element of her past experience. And I always want to make sure that a lot is going on in a scene. So I want it to be beautiful and pleasurable to read. I really like giving people books that feel good and immersive. So I want it to do that, but then I also want it to, you know, push the plot forward. Have us understand characters better, touch on the thematic elements, but also just not to. Well, I guess another way to answer this is like the book has a lot of really hard tragic things in it, but it also has like very beautiful things in it, and that's something that just as a writer aesthetically I'm drawn to. Like I love writing about hard things but making them incredibly beautiful at the same time, because I for me that's what life is all about, right? Like we have a lot of suffering, but there's so much beauty too, and it goes hand in hand, and so I try to do that in my work as well. Thank you for that question.
Is there a difference between what you explore in your adult work versus young adult work? And is there anything you'd be interested in exploring more in adult works in the future?
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of my themes are very similar. I am writing about like relationships, loss, love, and like finding one's own passions. And, so a lot of the themes are the same, but I do really enjoy getting to write about older characters. I mean, that's like the simplest way to answer the question, but it's the most true. Like when I've been limited by, an 18 or 19 um, year lifespan in my work, it has limited what I can write about. And so I liked writing Yerba Buena because it really, I was able to focus on like those first formative years of like being an adult in the world and what that means and figuring out how to be an adult in the world. And then right now I'm working, my second adult novel is about, it's historical. I mean, it takes place in the 50s in LA for most of it. And I get to explore parenthood in a way that I haven't been able to. My character is a young single mother, and I, I mean, being a parent is such a huge part of my life, and pushed me in a very different way, and it's a whole new set of experiences to be able to write about. So I love being able to write about kind of a fuller range of experience.
I was interested in how you came up with the title for the book. I'm
Yeah.
very drawn to titles when I'm looking for something new.
Mhm.
So I was wondering how you came up with your title.
Yes. So Yerba Buena is like I see it everywhere because it was when the Spanish colonizers came to San Francisco, they named it Yerba Buena. So before it was called San Francisco, that's what it was called. So it so it's all over the city. Like we have Yerba Buena Center for the Arts, we have Yerba Buena Island, like just it's everywhere. So for us in California, it's more recognizable. Um, but so in the book, it is the name of a restaurant, and this is the restaurant where Emily and Sarah meet. Um, and it's a very special, gorgeous restaurant. And then also, it's an herb that's native to California. It's in the mint family. And both characters have like interactions with the herb before they meet each other. And I was really interested in place and about kind of like place and growth and what it means, families of origin and how where you come from influences who you are so much. And so I really liked the idea of these two young women in their early years before they know each other in different parts of California. One of them is growing yerba buena in a garden. The other one finds it growing out of a rock, and they both have different connotations that the herb carries for them. And there's a little appearance of it in the end too. So I liked the multiple meanings of it. And it's called The Good Herb, and it's supposed to be soothing. And so all of those different elements made me want to title the book that way. Yeah. Yes.
So obviously, the "this is awful" was very traumatic early
Yes.
in your career.
Yes.
And I'd like to know how you've drawn on that experience throughout your career now.
Yeah. Um, let's see. Well, it's interesting. I mean, for many years, it was quite loud in my head. um, and then it became less so. Also, there was something about the way I was writing the story at that time that was not um, very trusting of myself as an author. I was kind of in this like, I knew I had these characters, but then like, how does one write a novel? And so then I was writing in a way that felt like it was what I was how I was supposed to write this book. And I think it came out kind of stilted, and um, I was not writing with abandon. I was writing in a very careful, perfectionistic way. And so over time, I think I've come to see, like as a teacher, I would never say that to a student. Um, and I don't think it's right to say it that way. But over time, I have come to see, like, actually, yeah, that was not my best work, you know? And I can learn from that. And like the lesson I can take from it is I have to trust my own voice. I have to trust my own way of seeing the world. And I have to believe that that's enough and that that's the right way for me to write a book, even if it's different from the way other people may write. Um, and so I think I've turned it in a way where it just is a reminder for me to try to write with abandon, like whenever I can, and try to not like make my work like a perceived style that I think is the way that one should write a novel. I hope I, yeah. Oh gosh. I don't know. I mean, the beautiful thing about being conventionally published is I don't really have to pay much attention to the industry. Like, I could, and but it's actually better for me if I just don't pay that much attention, and I just like see my job is to write the books, and then it's to speak to people about the books, and that's really all I have control over. So I try to not think so much about the business side of it. But I know people who have, been very, very successful self-publishing, and like for them personally, it's been a wonderful thing. Um, yeah, I couldn't really speak to the bigger industry side though. Yes. Oh my gosh. Um, Julia Whalen narrates it. She's an incredible audiobook narrator, and yeah, I'm not allowed to say, but I do have some exciting news about the audiobook. So, but I will say, like, just but listen to the audiobook. It's so good. It's so good. In a few days I'll get to announce something exciting about it. But she just does an incredible job. Yes. In the back. Malin, not.
your your first adult novel was written in dire circumstances,
Yes.
and your second adult novel, I'm assuming, was in much more comfortable and open circumstances. How did that change you as an author? How did that impact
Yeah.
the books?
Well, I love that question. So not only was I writing Yerba Buena during that time, I was kind of teaching very intensively, and I was right when I finished a draft, I wrote a draft of the chapter book series that I mentioned earlier. I was working just to a kind of ridiculous degree, And I think looking back, I think that's how I coped with the anxiety of that time. Um, but I did kind of burn out a bit. So I had to take a bit of a break and just work more slowly. And I found I am working more slowly now, but I think that's a good thing. Sometimes I frustrate myself and wish I could just kind of let it pour out the way I did with this book. But um, it is a gift to be, back out in the world a bit. And I came from here, from New Orleans. I went to do research. I was there Monday through Friday. And it was wonderful to be there. I got to see my grandparents' old houses where they grew up. I got to go to Preservation Hall and hear jazz. I mean, it was just really beautiful. And so I'm definitely appreciating, the opportunity to be able to go and do these things again. But there was something kind of incredible about that totally immersive experience where there were no social demands, nowhere to go. I mean, all I did was spend time with my family and close myself in a room and write for 6 months. And I think I'm a pretty introverted person. I live in my head a lot. And so, it was kind of a gift in terms of productivity. So I find it more difficult to be, it's both freeing and wonderful and less anxiety. There's a little less anxiety now, but also, I definitely fell into the camp of people who felt kind of, you know, um, pretty at ease in terms of just kind of living a very secluded life for a bit. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Nina, thank you so much. And for you all for such good questions. Thank you too for that. Remember the yellow buckets. Thank you for that as well. Nina, such a
is my signing going to happen here?
If they get up and running, they haven't so far. You could sign some books here.
Okay.
No, it's back at the tent
It's
in
back at the
Telfair Square.
Okay, immediately after. You're going to
Thank
say
you.
all that stuff, right?
I am. I am. I'm going to say a lot. But if you would just look at this and make sure, because there's so
Now, do you know how to pronounce my name?
Dwarren.
Yes, you do.
But I would love to have said Dwarren because
can.
that's really
You
how
have
it
my
should be said.
permission.
There's the introduction.
Okay.
Most of it from your publicist. A few things I've added. It's such an interesting bio, and
Thank you.
you can't be fly fishing right now. So
No.
I have really good friends. Why does it say Mid Coast Maine rather than Camden?
Oh, just to give a little privacy. Although, everybody knows where I live.
Okay, well,
To be honest, you can say Camden. I don't care.
Dale and Doug Bruce,
Oh,
friends
yeah.
of mine going back a million years.
We went to
Dearest,
Heather's wedding. Kristen worked, my wife Kristen worked with Heather for many years.
oh, I adore those children.
Yeah.
I grew up in Bronxville with Dale, and her older brother was deceased. But then we lived across from each other in Greenwich for years.
Really? That's
Dearest,
they're
dearest
great
friends.
people, yeah.
Oh, good.
Even better.
Oh, nice. That's
I know.
nice.
It is nice.
Have a
isn't it?
quick look,
Okay. Well.
and let's edit away.
So as I understand this, I'm supposed to speak for.
You're supposed to speak for about a half an hour and then 15 minutes of questions.
Okay.
The last question no later than 11, and I'll sit or stand nearby and give you a
And you'll direct people to the signing tent.
yes,
Okay.
all of that.
Yep. That's me.
In 3 paragraphs, I don't think so, but
No.
I just wanted to make sure I was
I'm going to
accurate.
start with another anecdote, which doesn't get, which is my first encounter with the words. So this will add another. It's such a good story. I have to, the challenge with it is always to keep it compressed. I can tell that one for a whole hour, but I want to talk about the book.
Yeah, oh, just loving it. Just loving it. Okay, so we're good. But I do have to do all this up front.
Sure.
Yada, yada, yada. And we can start. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. You actually don't start till 10:15.
Great. Yeah, we at one point Heather lived up the street from us, and she was just by herself at that time. We actually extending that even a little bit more. So we're burners and we've been there. Yeah, well, this is the funny thing is that actually every once in a while we have it, and it really does. I don't know. I don't know how much we can do that. Probably not. So that was
Just a sec. I'm just adding something to the bio. Uh-oh. Maybe I am. What month? I mean, what month? June 27. All right. A summer read. Um,
Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name is Bo. You can't hear me? My name is Bo Anders, and I'm a member of the board of directors of the Book Festival. And we normally don't appear in front of our Saturday groups, but we're here today with a message. If you've attended the festival before, you'll know that 90% of our revenues are from sponsors. And they're the ones that do most of the support to make this a free day for everyone. But the cost of nearly everything is skyrocketed, as we've all experienced. Many of you have felt the impacts of inflation. So I'm here to tell you now what impact it's had on us. The cost of the put on the festival, transportation, and accommodation for authors, venues, and tent rental has increased significantly over the prior years, while income has stayed largely the same. Unfortunately, that's not sustainable for us. Each year on Festival Saturday, we have yellow buckets in the back. You've seen them before, and you're going to hear this message a number of times today. We have them again in the back, but this year we have a new Venmo account. And if you look on the back of your program, there's a QR code. You can go into that QR code and make your donations directly into the festival. So I'm here to ask you to give to the book festival today. If you enjoy Festival Saturday just like it is, free to all, with dozens of authors speaking at many venues all day long, then we need your help. And we appreciate anything you can do for us, and enjoy the day.
Thanks, Bo. Good morning, everyone. Fellow bibliophiles, my name is Mal Welch, and I'm here to welcome you to the 16th annual Savannah Book Festival. This year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Cintron, Robert Faircloth, the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, and with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We're especially grateful to Georgia Power for sponsoring the First Baptist Church Fellowship Hall today. And we'd like to welcome all our generous sponsors and literati members today. It's through your support that we're able to make the festival events this Saturday free. 90%, as Bo said, of the revenue comes from the donors just mentioned. On the back of the program, you're going to find info on downloading the Savannah Book Festival app on your phone. The app will help to keep you on top of all the events today. You don't want to miss anything. And before we get started, a couple of housekeeping notes you may have heard before. Paul Dwaran will be signing festival purchase copies of his book at Telfair Square immediately following this presentation. I understand the Ex Libris computer is up and running, and Paul's books are over there as well, so you might want to do that while you're warm. Take this moment to ensure your cell phone is off and don't take any flash photographs. On the back of the program, another QR code is for a survey. I think it's 15 questions long. It's if you take a moment to answer that, it's really important for the continuous improvement of the festival. And also it helps to measure the impact the festival has on the city of Savannah. And your response is important for funding of the arts in the community. And later, as Bo mentioned, as you exit the venue, there'll be volunteers holding yellow buckets. I hope you will consider making a donation. It will help to make the festival free for next year. Almost there, we'll have an opportunity for question and answer at the end of Paul's talk. Please raise your hand. Someone will bring a microphone to you so that everybody can hear your question. Paul Dwaran is with us today, courtesy of Christina and Jim Trollinger, as well as Carter and Steve Eagle. And now for the intro. Paul is the USA Today best-selling author of the Mike Bowditch series of crime novels set in the Maine woods. Accolades for his work are so many. What I'm about to mention is far from everything. His first book, The Poacher's Son, won the Barry Award and the Strand Critics Award and was nominated for an Oscar for Best First Novel. It was also named by Pop Matters as one of the best works of fiction for 2010. His second book, Trespasser, won the 2012 Maine Literary Award. His novelette Rabid was a finalist for the 2019 Edgar in the Best Short Story category. His 12th book, Dead by Dawn, won the New England Society's 2022 Book Award for Fiction, as well as his second Maine Literary Award. It was also a finalist for the Barry Award. Amazon named Hatchet Island one of the best books of 2022. His next book, I just found out, is due out June 27th, and it's titled Dead Man's Wake. Paul is a native of Maine, a graduate of Yale with a degree in English, and he holds an MFA from Emerson College. He's a former member of the Maine Arts Commission, past chair of the Maine Humanities Council, and editor emeritus of Down East, the magazine of Maine, where he was the editor from 2005 to 2013. Paul is a registered Maine guide specializing in fly fishing. He lives on a trout stream in Camden, Maine, with his wife, who's here with us today as well, Kristen Linguist. Please give a warm Savannah welcome to Paul Dwarin.
All right. You have to tell me if you can hear me. Yeah, good. No. Better? Okay. Closer. All right. There we go. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you to Mel and Bo for that introduction, and thank you to the sponsors, especially my event sponsors, for bringing me here. It's my first visit to Savannah. You have a beautiful city. I of course jumped at the chance to come down here, and I'm thrilled that we're trying to turn this into a little bit of a getaway from our winter in Maine, where we recently had minus 19 temperatures. So you think it's cold today. I'm ready to break out the bathing suit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to you. My talk is essentially in two parts. The first part is how I came to write about game wardens, because sometimes I don't even know unless I really think about it. And then the second part will be about Hatchet Island, the most recent book, so that you get some context and hopefully might want to buy a copy if you don't already own one. So to expand upon my introduction, I always like to say this is that if you really don't know who I am, but we're dragged here by your spouse, and I write a book. I write a series of novels about a young Maine game warden named Mike Bowditch, who there are 13 in the series. You don't have to read them in order, but he does grow up over the course of the books, and it's it's sort of he grows up personally and professionally, and it's a little bit different, I think, in that regard to a lot of other series. So and if you had told me 25 years ago that I was going to spend the rest of my life writing about Maine game wardens, I'm not sure I would have believed it. Uh, it's an unusual job, and I had my first encounter with a game warden. This is a story that could be very long, but I'm going to try to do the short version of it. When I was 23 years old, I went camping with two brothers, Tony, who was my age, and Phil, who was in high school still. I was 23, Tony and I were 23, and Phil was 18. We went camping on a mountain called Bald Paint Mountain in western Maine. We went hiking up the Appalachian Trail, and because we were young and stupid, we decided we were going to camp illegally. And so we hiked 2 miles up, 2 miles and 1,000 feet in elevation. Then we decided we were going to bushwhack so nobody would catch us, to this little clearing that we saw on a topo map that looked nice. It was Memorial Day weekend, and the weather was lousy. It just rainy and foggy and all that. The first night, I had one of the worst night's sleep of my life. We had three separate tents, very small tents. And I was camped at the edge of this very small clearing, which was no bigger than this room. And I had had these nightmares the night before of my mother dying and being in World War I and things. And I just decided on a whim, it felt like a whim, to move my tent to the center of the clearing. on the other side of Phil's tent. It started to rain, just drizzle. Rolled over, went back, went back to sleep, went to sleep. And about an hour later, I was woken up by lightning, thunder and lightning. And I thought, oh, this is cool. You know, we were in a forest, we were in an exposed place. It didn't feel dangerous in any way. And I, like a lot of people, I like thunderstorms. I don't like them as much anymore, as you're about to hear why. Um, so rolled over on my side, trying to get back to sleep. Next thing I know, I am in a column of white light. And there is an explosion like I have never heard before. And the hair is rising on my head and my arms, and my muscles are doing the Frankenstein thing. Basically, everything that you think will happen to you if you are electrocuted happens to you, in my experience. And I knew instantly that I had been struck by lightning, but I didn't know how, or where, what had been struck. So I went scrambling out of my tent and went to Phil's tent and called to him, and all I heard inside was gurgling. So I unzipped his tent, and smoke came out, and it smelled like burnt human hair, which is, that smell. And he was trying to sit up. He went to bed in his underwear, and he was already deathly white. He was starting to perspire. His eyes were, the pupils were, something was wrong with the pupils. And I said, oh boy. So I went scrambling over to his brother's tent, and he had just felt something that, like a punch, he said. He was going to go back to bed. And I said, no, you can't go back to bed. Your brother's dying. So we came over, and Tony was in quite a state for obvious reasons, seeing his brother that way. And we made a plan that he was going to go back down the mountain in the middle of the storm, in the middle of the night, and I was going to do what I could for his brother, which was not much, because at that stage I didn't know that as much about the Maine woods. I played in them, but I didn't know anything about treating shock, among other things. So that's what happened. For a long time, I was alone with him, and I was sure that Phil was going to die, and Tony was going to come back, and I was going to have to tell him that his brother was dead, and I had no way to save him, really. Fortunately, he didn't die. 4 hours later, Tony was back with two paramedics who were huffing and puffing. I don't know the last time they ever climbed a mountain. But with them was a game warden named Don Gray, who climbed mountains every day and could have kept on going. And what he determined was that what had been struck was not a tent or anything else, but a fir tree at the edge of the clearing. And what happens when lightning strikes a tree, here's your little natural history for the day, is that the electricity travels through the sap, and it will superheat the sap, which is why you sometimes see trees explode from the inside out like a microwave. And we were camped on the root ball, the clump. So I actually had a burn on my side about the size of a quarter from where the electricity had either entered or exited my body. I have a feeling the exit was probably the side of my head, which also explains some things. With Phil, because he was closer, he got more of the charge, clearly. The lightning bolt blew the top of the tree off, and it fell 15 feet of tree, fell straight down, right on the spot where I camped the night before. So if I had not moved my tent, I would have been electrocuted and crushed, and probably impaled too in the bargain. So I just mention this because people sometimes wonder, like, how do you know these things about these books? It's like, because I'm out in the outdoors quite a lot, and that actually was obviously the most dramatic thing that's ever happened to me outdoors. And as I said, it was my first real meeting with a game warden. If you flash forward, though, years later, I had always wanted to be a novelist and had a job. My first sort of for-profit job at Down East Magazine. I had just met Kristen, and Kristen was sort of reintroducing me to the Maine outdoors. I had gotten away from the woods, maybe for obvious reasons, because given what had happened to me, but she was reintroducing me to it. And as somebody who was trying to be a writer, I realized that what was giving me so many problems was that I had nothing to write about, I thought, until Kristen began to sort of show me that I did know something. I knew about the Maine woods and waters. I'd grown up on the coast. We both grew up on the coast. So that was really that. Okay, finally, I should be writing something about that. Then at the same time, began to give me mystery novels, contemporary mystery novels. Now, I had loved mysteries when I was a teenager and still love Sherlock Holmes, especially, but Agatha Christie I burned right through. But then I went to Yale and I became a snob. And and she was saying, well, these books are better written than you think. They're better books than you think. And so she exposed me to P.D. James, and Tony Hillerman was an influence, obviously, James Lee Burke, Walter Mosley. I could run down a whole big list. And she was right. These books were great. And beyond being great, I realized this is what I want to write. I want to write books where people turn the page, that they stay up late because they can't, they want to know what happens. So, I said, okay, well, all right, I want to write a mystery and I want to write it about the outdoors. How am I going to make that happen? Well, at Down East, we had to write these short features. Just usually, sometimes mostly they were amusing little anecdotes, sort of like the talk of the town in the New Yorker, as if it was happening in Maine. where, and I found that a lot of the things that were catching my eye had to do with game wardens. I'll give you one example. There was a woman in Ellsworth, Maine. If you know where Ellsworth is, it's on the way to Acadia National Park, who was cooking in her kitchen one morning, and she was making, I forget if this was American chop suey or something odoriferous, bacon. And she had her screen door open, or the screen door, and heard something at the door, and she thought it was her neighbor. So she said, "Come in, come in." And she turns to the door, and it's a bear standing on its hind legs, trying to come in. She rushes to the door, slams the door shut, and the bear does not like this. So the bear rushes out into her backyard and is starting to tear apart whatever it's fighting in the backyard, including her thigh master. Does anybody remember the thigh master? And this was the greatest thing, is that I got her on the phone. I'm talking to her, and she said, "I kept thinking that thigh master could have been me." So, so I was realizing these wardens, I don't really know a whole lot about what wardens do. And, uh, but clearly they have an interesting job if they're showing up at scenes like that. So I began to realize, wait a minute, if I want to write about the outdoors and I want to write about crime, maybe a game warden is what I should be writing about. And of course, then I learned that, hey, game wardens they're not forest rangers. They're not nothing with to do with nothing against forest rangers. They're not park rangers. They are in Maine. They are police officers. They their one nickname is sort of their Maine's off-road police force, which is sort of ironic because if you know Maine, all of Maine is off-road. But they train at the Criminal Justice Academy along with the troopers and have all the same arrest powers as sheriffs and everybody else. So they can ticket you for speeding, everything from littering to murder, essentially. Typically during a murder investigation, they'll hand that off to obviously to the state police. But I realized quickly, hey, there's all kinds of opportunities to write about, all kinds of crimes that this character can be involved in. So it, you know, the possibilities really began to intrigue me. And this character of Mike Bowditch began to take on a life of his own. And of course, that's sort of a different talk about how Mike Bowditch has grown over the course of the books. But when we meet him, he's 24, and he is a kind of a young, messed up, self-damaging, stubborn 24 um, who bears a suspicious resemblance to his author when he was 24. For those of you who have read the series, I have suffered almost all of the injuries that Mike Bowditch has suffered physically, short of being shot at this stage or stabbed. Um, you know, uh, so when we get to book 13 in the series, which is Hatchet Island, I've written books that have been set on the Canadian border, up in Aroostook County, which I think maybe would be interesting for some of you to realize is that part of Maine is actually north of almost all, I think, of Canada's major cities. You know, we think of, oh, Montreal is north. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Louise Penny is writing about the tropics. Um, so you know, I've tried to cover Maine and also just to bring it alive to people who have never been there and to show them that there's not just one Maine, there are a number of Maines and each one is a little bit different. And, you know, I try to find a story that will take me to a place that's different from the last book or, you know, highlight something unique about Maine. Well, one of the things that's unique about Maine is that we of course have this famously rocky coast, which I think is if you thought of the coast as like a string that's, you know, and then you pulled it straight, it's like 3,000 miles long. We have countless islands and ledges off the coast, and on some of these ledges or islands, I should say, uh, there are these treeless places that are very far from any predators with four legs. Seabirds will breed because they're relatively safe, except from other seabirds like great blackback gulls. And my wife and I are bird watchers and had been fortunate to visit some of these seabird breeding islands. And they're really interesting places because there are studies that take place on almost all of the significant ones. The most famous of these birds that breed there is the puffin, which is sort of, you know, if you want to think of it, it's kind of a cross. It's sort of imagine a cross between a penguin and a parrot. It can fly with these stubby little wings, and it has a parrot-like colorful bill, but it's black and white generally. The people who come out to on the puffin tours of boats that circle these islands are always a little disappointed because they're smaller than they expect. They want them to be, you know, 3 feet tall or something, but they're not. We've had the good fortune to visit some of the, as I said, some of these seabird islands. We've been invited onto them, and one of the first ones we visited was an island called Stratton Island, which is off the coast of my own hometown of Scarborough. We pulled up in the boat with these other Audubon people, and we were greeted by the three interns. They're college age interns who staffed the island in the during the summer, and they were three young women, and you know they come out and they're wearing their short shorts and and my mind is, as Kristen will tell you, is uniquely morbid, and I'm always looking at things and saying, what could happen here? And I was just struck by, they felt so vulnerable to me. And I talked to them a little bit and they said, oh, no, no, no. We have the lobstermen are coming by every day. They come and they bring us ice cream and beer. And I'm like, I bet they do. But I recorded this in the back of my mind saying, you know, there might be a story here somewhere down the road. And this is what I do, is that I will sort of take notes, physical notes, mental notes, and eventually there, might come a time for me to turn that into a book. And I realized, oh, I could set a mystery on one of these seabird islands. So what happens in Hatchet Island is Mike is now what's called a warden investigator, which is a plainclothes detective. We have 4 of those in the state of Maine. They go undercover, believe it or not, to bust up these poaching rings, and which some of which are quite elaborate and bigger than you could possibly believe. And the thing is that I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that a lot of this is similar in Georgia. Is people who poach generally just have a low regard of the law in general. So if they're doing that, they're probably doing other things too. Um, so he and his on again off again girlfriend Stacy are planning a sea kayaking trip. We have islands again off the coast where you can camp for the night. You just get yourself out there, and you can, if you have a motorboat, a cruiser, you can camp on your, drop an anchor and camp in your boat, or you can put up a tent on the island. And so they're planning a trip to the Booth Bay, to islands off Booth Bay Harbor, which is a resort community that many people know in Maine. And Stacy on the way is one of these seabird islands. It's actually called Baker Island. It is not Hatchet Island. Hatchet Island appears later in the story. And Stacy had been one of these interns years and years ago, and her best friend is actually the manager of the current uh, crop of people who are working there. And her friend reaches out to her, Kendra, and she says, "Stacy, I know you're coming out this way with Mike. Could you ask him to bring his badge and his gun?" And the reason is that they're being harassed and sort of gaslighted by forces, a number of different forces. The first thing is that the woman who founded the Maine Seabird Institute is sort of losing it. One of her interns committed suicide the year before, and that seems to have really rattled her. Um, she can't be counted on. In fact, she disappears at one point, and they don't know where she's gone. She's taken their boat, leaving the interns stranded on the island. Some of the local lobstermen are also, these local lobstermen are not quite as friendly because they found out that this woman has been advocating for protections of the right whales, which can get entangled in fishing gear, although that tends to happen more in Canada than in Maine, where the lobstering takes place closer to shore generally. Um, so it's a big controversy there. The lobstermen don't like the seabird people. Somebody really doesn't like the seabird people because he has snuck onto the island. They found tracks, and he has released weasels onto the island to kill the birds. Um, so things are really screwy on Baker Island. Mike and Stacy show up. They get a sense of what's going on. They calm Kendra down a little bit. They think, all right, we're probably okay to go to our campground on this island 2 miles away. Then in the night, they hear a gunshot over at Baker Island. And Mike knows when a gunshot, I think like most law enforcement, when a gunshot is questionable and one is not, this is bad. Something that is not a normal gunshot. So they have to wait until dawn to go back. And when they go back, I won't tell you exactly what they find because I want you to buy the book. But it's not good at all, remotely at all. And so Mike is, because he's the warden investigator, he is sort of called upon to assist the state police. This island belongs to his agency, and he is called upon to assist the state police in figuring out what happened. and all signs point to these the nearest islands, which are owned by this very eccentric, um, incredibly successful, controversial photographer who had a famous image years earlier, and then sort of rebooted his career with a very controversial show of realistic looking pictures of children posed in coffins. So it gives you a sense of his personality right there, right? Um, we have some very eccentric artists who own islands off the coast of Maine. Some of them are very famous. No names will be mentioned here because I only create fictional places when I'm afraid of being sued, and this is a great case of me not wanting to be sued either by a very successful artist, or the island is fictional too, because I didn't want to get the seabird researchers in trouble. It's a generally safe job. If your daughter wants to be an intern on an island next year, you have my blessing. She'll be fine. I know she will. Um, so so everything seems to point to this island, and what's especially strange about this island is this is again based on a real one. The artist's wealthy wife had sort of too much time on her hands. And what she has wanted to do is the island was formerly a quarrying island where it's sort of it was a ghost island when they bought it. It had a whole town on it once where they were excavating granite to be used in the Brooklyn Bridge and all of these things. This is all real. That part's all real. And they had brought over stoneworkers um, from Italy and other places, and they had a whole town there to take out the granite, and then when the granite was gone, they were gone. And so you go on to these islands. There's one called Hurricane Island, and it's fascinating because here's the old cemetery, and here's where the school was, and oh my God, there's a desk, from 100 years ago, just lying there in the grass. Uh, so it was very fun to research because it gave me a chance to take Mike out of the woods and put him onto the ocean where there's all kinds of other challenges that have to do with the weather and the seas and everything else. Um, there's a lot of action in this one. Um, there's usually a lot of action in the books. If you want to know a little bit about, one of the things we joke about sort of the native Maine authors is that there are so many books written about Maine, and most of them are written by people who are there for 2 weeks uh, at one of the coastal posh places, and so if you want to know a little bit about how the Maine coast looks to those of us who live there full time, it's probably going to give you an insight into the darker corners, as my books always do in that regard. Um, when I was editing Down East is a very it's not Pollyannish, but it's sort of presents a positive view of the state of Maine. And I think I started writing my novels just to put in everything that I knew about Maine that did not belong in Down East magazine. And what's been amazing to me has been, here I am, 13 books into the series, 14 coming, and people still want to read about Mike Bowditch and the whole cast of characters that I've built around him, uh, including Charlie Stevens, his mentor, who's one of the favorites. Mike is the owner of a wolf dog who has been a surprising fan favorite to me. Um, and it's a wonderful opportunity. I wanted to be a novelist from a young age. I always joke that I had three career aspirations in my life. When I was very young, I wanted to be Batman. And then I wanted to be a cartoonist, actually, for a long time. And then I read The Hobbit when I was 11. And I not only did I love it as a book, but I loved the way it made me feel. And I said, this is what I want to do. I want to make people feel the way I feel right now. And somehow, through forces that I don't understand, I do that. My life has pointed me in that direction, and you all being here is proof of that. I am so grateful to be in Savannah. I am so grateful to be at the festival. I'm so grateful to be in this room with you. Thank you for coming out to listen to me. I welcome your questions.
How do the Rangers feel about the way you portray them?
The wardens.
Wardens, sorry. You know, I'm a reader of C.J. Box.
Well, he's also warden too. But
Okay, I called him Ranger. Yeah.
yeah. Well, you know, it's actually, I've turned it into a joke in the book. In every book, somebody calls Mike a ranger. And it's you know, it's natural because wardens you think of with prisons, right? You know, at first they I didn't I as I said, I didn't really know them as a community. Eventually, though, they began to hear about me because people were reading the books and asking them, well, what are you, you know, like what books, you know, and they just, I think, assumed initially that either one, I didn't know anything what I was talking about, or two, I was going to be antagonistic towards them. When they realized that that wasn't the case, we got to know each other, and over, you know, 13 14 books here, I've had some wonderful experiences, and I've gotten to know a number of them positively. I've done signings in which the two wardens on duty have shown up in their patrol truck on their lunch hour to get books signed. Um, it helps with research. I've been in planes, small planes with wardens. I've been in helicopters. I've been on boats, all kinds of different places. It's just it's really, you know, it's been great to sort of get to know these people and to have, you know, I don't write the books for them, but I have to say it, I do like to hear from not just from those wardens, but I hear from other conservation officers around the country who write me and say, how do you know this stuff, you know? And that's, of course, is the highest praise that way.
I've read most of your books. I've probably read all of them, but I really enjoy them. Enjoy the characters, except Stacy drives me crazy. And she and Mike have such a, oh, I don't know. I think they have a relationship that's not destined. So tell me a little bit.
Tell you about Stacy. Yeah, well, sure. This is actually this is a good window into how a little bit how an author works, how a writer might work. So I introduced Stacy's actually in the very first book. She's a picture in her parents' house. So yes, there was a little bit of destiny going on from the very beginning, but I didn't know. I don't plan out, you know, what's going to happen 5 books down the road. I introduced her, and I wanted to have Mike is such a screw up in the early books, such a, you know, he has so many issues. I said, well, what if he gets involved with a woman who's even more screwed up than he is? And he has to be the responsible person. That might be a really interesting way to have him grow as a character, because those of us with complicated dating histories have been on either side of that divide, maybe. So I introduced her, and I liked her from the beginning, but it became very clear that not all of my readers did, because, and so I had to think a little bit about it. And I took some steps back and said, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe they're not supposed to end up together. I need to sort of move her off stage for a while and figure out what I want to do. And I did. Uh, and then I said to myself at the same time, you know what? I don't think I portrayed the character the way that she deserved. It wasn't her fault, it was my fault in terms of how I brought her to life, because she is intelligent, she is funny, and she had a real good reason to be damaged, quite honestly. I mean, she saw a plane crash that paralyzed her mother. Um, so let me try this again and we'll see where we go. So I encourage you to read the most recent books. Uh, you have read Hatchet Island. It's still not working, huh? Okay. All right, you need to read the next book. I'll keep at it until I win you over.
The Austrian. I read Hatchet Island last night. It was my first book, and I tend to go back and read the others. What and I went to the Maine coast for the first time last year and visited one of the bird islands,
Oh,
you know,
nice.
on one of those tours. And I was interested that you mentioned in the book that the puffin, which has, you know, been the symbol of Maine,
Mhm.
there's problems with the breeding now because of the warming, the
Yes.
fish, the differences.
Yeah,
And that's correct.
that is correct. It, you know, like a lot of climate related, um, you know, we're getting erratic, you know, weather right now, and you'll have boom and bust years at this stage. But one of the things that's happening in the Gulf of Maine, which is the water body that's off the coast of Maine, which is quite cold. Don't go swimming in Maine. um, yeah, you don't see swimmers in Maine. Is that species are moving north from southern waters, including, and so the fish that these seabirds are traditionally feed their chicks are narrow fish like sea lances, sand lances, and uh, but some of the fish that are coming in are like, one species is called a butterfish, and a butterfish is the size and shape of a silver dollar pancake, and it's too big for a puffin chick to eat. So they'll find these chicks starved to death because mom and dad don't know. They're just catching what they can catch, bring the fish back, try to feed it to the chick, and the chick can't eat it. And so you find these sorts of stressors that are impacting um, nature. That everything that's, I mean, this is what's so fascinating to me as somebody who considers myself an armchair naturalist, is it's all connected. And you know, one thing leads to another thing, leads to another thing, and you know, I don't want to, you know, puffins will hang on for a while, but who knows? Lobsters are moving north, by the way. Really, seriously.
Hello from neighboring New Hampshire.
Hi.
I'm not familiar with your books. My husband brought me here.
I knew it. I knew there was one in the audience.
But at what point did you know you were going to write a series, and how did that unfold?
Oh, okay. This story. I'll try to keep this one short. So I wrote The Poacher's Son, never knowing whether it would be published. It took me 6 years to write because nobody was sitting around waiting for The Poacher's Son. I had to do it on, you know, my weekends and early mornings. And I finally managed to interest an agent who's still my agent, and she read it all and she said, "Paul, this is wonderful. It's a wonderful book. It needs some help, which I will give you if I become your agent, but we'll figure that out. The thing, though, that I need from you today is I need to hear from you whether this is the beginning of a series." Because I only represent writers who really want to do this full time. You know, some people only have a book or two in them. And that's great, but that's not what I do. So you need to tell me honestly, is this the beginning of a series? And I said, Why, yes. Yes, it is the beginning of a series. Um, I've told her this subsequently and she laughs at it. But by that time I had done so much research into the warden service that I said, wow, the possibilities here are really endless. If you had asked, I mean, but 14 books in, I'm not Lincoln Child territory yet, but I'm closer to them than I was, than I ever would have imagined being. So, hmm. Mm-mm. I do. So Three Pines, I'm sure everybody should probably not knows this. Three Pines is where Louise Penny's books are set in, not too far from us, actually, where I personally live. It's only a 5-hour drive, I think, to the general vicinity. Although it's like Brigadoon, you don't exactly know where it is, right? But because Maine is a border state, I've often thought, oh, I have to do something in Canada, right? Have to get them involved with the Mounties. Um, so who knows? I do always sort of, that one is what's imposing for me is it's like, oh my gosh, I have to learn. It's been hard enough to learn about Maine law and U.S. law without having to get into Canadian stuff too. But of course, that's what makes it interesting, both in terms of research and potentially a story as well. So yeah, there was a period in my thinking where I was like, well, maybe Mike will join the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as a law enforcement agent. And then I said, no, this is a series that's meant to be rooted in a place. And it's not to say one of the books actually starts in Florida. The first 4 chapters, I think, take place in Florida because Mike, as a warden investigator, one of his jobs is interviewing people who are applying to be game wardens, especially if they're going to be in an important role. So he's down in Florida, doing background check on on somebody. So I'm thinking there will be more of that. You'll see maybe Mike and who knows who will be on vacation in Savannah, or I'm in a couple weeks. I'm headed to the Tucson Book Festival, so maybe Arizona. Who knows? Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here this morning. And as you see our wonderful volunteers with the yellow buckets, please remember your generosity is needed this year more than ever. Thank you. I gotta tell you, I'm finding it a page turner. Not usually my genre.
Well, that's it. I often joke that my
I think we can go ahead and start 5 minutes early because this is a sellout and no more people are going to be allowed into this room. Good morning, fellow book lovers. My name is Mal Welch, and I'm here to welcome you and happy to welcome you to the 16th annual Savannah Book Festival. This year's festival is presented by Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Cintron, Robert Faircloth, the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. And also today, we're especially grateful to Georgia Power for sponsoring the First Baptist Fellowship Hall today. We'd also like to welcome all our generous sponsors and literati members. It's through your support that we're able to make the festival free to the public. 90% of our revenue comes from donors just mentioned and literati members, and we thank you. Mostly due to the increase in plane fares and hotels, costs for this year's festival, you may have heard, are 30% higher than last year. If you're inclined to pitch in, you'll see volunteers with yellow buckets ready to accept your donations. On the back of the program, you're going to find an app for the Savannah Book Festival. Do download it. That way you won't miss anything. And before we get started, I'm sure you've heard this before. Katie, and I'm going to pronounce your last name, Gutierrez. We'll be signing festival purchase copies of her book in Telfair Square immediately following this presentation. Also, Ex Libris is here, and if you want to get a signed copy here in where it's warm, you can. If you're planning to stay for the next author, Carolyn Prusa, please move forward to fill the seats as the venue empties. As you can see, this will assist the ushers in determining how many seats are available. Be sure your cell phone is off. Their cell phone rang in the last presentation. I couldn't believe it. And no flash photography. On the back of your program, there's also a QR code for a 15-question survey. Please take it. It helps to improve the festival, and it also helps to measure the impact the festival has on the city of Savannah. And your response is important to the funding of the arts in the community. Later, as you exit the venue, as I mentioned, you'll see those yellow buckets. There's going to be an opportunity at the end for questions and answers with Katie. Raise your hand. Somebody with a microphone will come because everybody wants to hear your question. Katie Gutierrez is with us today, courtesy of Dr. William and Denise Thompson. Thank you, Thompsons. Katie is the author of the national bestseller, More Than You'll Ever Know, published by William Morrow and Michael Joseph, which was also a Good Morning America Book Club pick for June 2022. This is her debut novel. She's a National Magazine Award finalist whose writing has appeared in Time, Harper's Bazaar, The Washington Post, Long Reads, and more. Katie grew up in Laredo, Texas, which is the setting, as you know, for her book. She has an MFA from Texas State University and lives in San Antonio with her husband and their 2 kids. Katie Gutierrez.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you all for spending part of your Saturday here with me today. As some of you may know, More Than You'll Ever Know is about Laura Rivera, a South Texas woman who's secretly married to two men at one time in the 1980s, and Cassie Bowman, the aspiring true crime writer in 2017 who becomes obsessed with telling her story. It's about marriage, motherhood, female ambition and desire, and our cultural obsession with true crime. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and just read a couple of pages and go on from there. The section I'm going to read takes place after Lore has met the man who will become her second secret husband. They're starting to talk a lot on the phone. He's in Mexico and she's in Texas. When Lore describes her home, she doesn't tell him about the JanSport backpacks dumped on the living room floor during the Cuates' daily race to the television. She doesn't tell him about their bedroom, the crumpled, grass-stained shorts, the forgotten glasses of Coke fermenting to sticky sweetness in the sun, the football-patterned wallpaper border right at the seam of the ceiling. And of course, in her telling, the t-shirts and plaid button-downs and worn jeans on Fabian's side of the closet disappear. Their bed smells only like dryer sheets and her shampoo. No Gillette razor at the sink or dark hair flecking the drain. His creased leather cowboy boots by the front door gone. No venison in the freezer, no blue and white Chevy truck in the driveway. The home she describes is sterile and lonely, with none of the comfortable mess of family life. It's a sneaky, ugly feeling, this systematic erasing of her family. Like tempting fate, whispering to the universe that she wants them gone, which isn't true at all. For months after Lore gave birth, she spent her sleepless hours weeping silently as she stared at her newborn sons, asleep in their bassinets, imagining their possible deaths one by one. She killed them so many times in her mind, convinced she had to conjure every excruciating detail, endure every horror completely in imagination to protect them in reality. One night, she fell asleep with Mateo breastfeeding beside her in bed. Gabriel's shriek awoke her, and she saw that Fabian, still snoring, had stretched a heavy arm across Mateo's face. Mateo's mottled red legs kicked. Lore gasped, shoved Fabian's arm away, and drew Mateo to her chest, too shocked to even cry. Later, she stroked the soft spot on Gabriel's head, letting him pummel her breast with his jerky little fist, whispering, "You saved him." She didn't know how he knew to scream right then, but he knew. It wasn't a coincidence. She forced herself to stop imagining their deaths after that, sure she had invoked this danger. And she feels similarly now, erasing her family with Andres, the fear of invocation. But the calls are short, and the rest of the time there's no escaping her family's realness. In fact, there's only room for thoughts of Andres in the edges of her days, idling behind other mothers, always mothers, in the school drop off and pickup lines, during her evening shower, rushed because the Guates have used all the hot water, and her favorite, before dozing off to sleep, when time belongs to her alone. And how quickly memory turns to fantasy. Sometimes she imagines them riding the caged elevator at the Gran Hotel. She curls her hands around the bars of the iron car, stares down at the dancing wedding guests as Andres lifts the red silk of her dress. Everyone fantasizes, she tells herself. Men sneak their playboys and hustlers, obsessing over women whose allure could never survive the relentless banality of marriage, motherhood. Imagine those parted lips pursed grimly at the sink, hands scrubbing burned milanesa off the pan, those endless legs unshaved for weeks, heaving breasts smashed tight in a sports bra during the rare, clumsy half hour of home aerobics, every movement a second behind the neon leotarded women on the screen. It doesn't work. Fantasy never holds against the assault of reality, and that's why it's so important. A safe outlet, an escape hatch to nowhere. So there's the section. Um, I'm going to tell you a story. To me, these words are as potent as a spell. They're an offer, a promise. A good story can make you forget about yourself, your worries and fears, and all the things you need to do. Uh, all these things disappear, albeit temporarily, when you're in thrall of a good story. And yet, stories can also bring us more firmly into ourselves. They can help us better understand our histories, our spirits, our places in the world. They can make us see the world differently. They can change us forever. Most of us love stories long before we can read them ourselves. One of my most cherished early childhood memories is vying for the spot on my mom's lap as she read to my brother, sister, and me. Close to 35 years later, I still remember snippets from some of these stories. But more than that, I remember how they made me feel. My husband, Adrian, and I have two children. Joe is 4.5, almost 5, and Jack is 2. And I've been reading to them since the day I brought them each home from the hospital. For a couple of years now, my daughter Jo, she's liked hearing spooky stories. She'll say, "Make it spooky, make it super spooky." um, In 2016, researchers at universities in Durham and Lisbon published a study using phylogenetic comparative methods borrowed from evolutionary biology techniques. Don't ask me what those are, to trace the history of shared stories. Discovering that some common fairy tales like Beauty and the Beast and Rumpelstiltskin trace back 4,000 years or older, before the earliest literary records. When the Grimm brothers popularized fairy tales like Little Red Riding Hood, Cinderella, Hansel and Gretel, and Snow White in the 19th century, the brothers, who were also philologists and cultural researchers, argued that the stories weren't new. On the contrary, they said many of them dated back to the inception of the Indo European language family, as far back as the Bronze Age. I am fascinated by the enduring power of these fairy tales, these familiar themes and tropes that get repeated across different times and cultures. But I'm also compelled by how many of them are pretty spooky. They're horror stories, the original versions. The original Brothers Grimm fairy tales often featured brutal violence toward children and women in an effort to frighten kids, in particular, into obedience. It was this kind of listen to the rules, fulfill your role, don't wander into the unknown of the woods because you're not going to find anything good in there. For thousands of years, we've listened to these dark stories, and yet, among the fear that's meant to deter us, we also found something else from them: pleasure. Like my daughter, I gravitated towards spooky stories as a kid. Every Saturday, my parents took us to lunch at Chick-fil-A at the mall in Laredo, and then we'd go to B. Dalton, and it was this tiny store in the back of the mall. And it was my favorite part of the week, and I would pick out all of the Goosebumps series, and then all the Fear Street, and then I moved on to Dean Koontz and kind of these adult horror books when I was a pretty young kid. When I was maybe 10, I had this very sweet looking notebook. It had a pearlescent pink cover, and I wrote stories about a hungry Venus flytrap that would dissolve people's whole arms, um, and an eyeball the size of a house that would roll down the hill and sort of peek into everybody's windows. So I guess a creepy kid. Um, I read these stories to my sister in the dark, and she enjoyed being scared too. I felt a little different when I kind of would walk into my parents' room when they'd be watching shows like Unsolved Mysteries. And I would lay down in bed with them and kind of be half asleep listening to these shows. And I still remember some of the episodes that scared me the most. One of them was it was an unsolved mystery about two young boys who were laid down on train tracks, either before or after their deaths. It was never figured out. And, the train ran them over. Another one, there was a woman who was driving home from her job as a social worker at night, and a pickup truck in front of her stopped. The driver got out, and he shot her point blank in the face for seemingly no reason at all. And it was the randomness of these crimes that really affected me. They made me scared in a way that was tied into the realization of my own vulnerability. When I was about 12, a friend and I were walking from her house to mine. When a truck passed us by very slowly, we sort of rolled our eyes. We were already getting used to honks and the from the drivers of these trucks. We were little girls, really, and we looked like little girls. But we were kind of already understanding that when you're a girl, this kind of low level street harassment is something you can kind of expect in the world. Um, the truck looped back around, followed us again. We sort of giggled, and then it passed us. And then the third time it came behind us, it didn't pass us. It was just sort of creeping right along behind us. And at that point, we were straight up terrified. And so we ran, jumping over hedges to sort of the nearest house, pretending it was ours. And we started banging on the front door. And the truck drove away. Um, After that, we finished walking back to my house with this sense that we were prey for the first time in our lives, and there was nothing pleasurable about that kind of fear. At home, I'd burned through the Nancy Drew series years earlier, and then the Hardy Boys books that I'd found in my grandpa's house, and then the adult but cozier mysteries of Mary Higgins Clark before finding Patricia Cornwell's books on my mom's shelf. They were my first foray into adult crime fiction, and these books held nothing back. They were horrifyingly blunt, and they did nothing to try to protect a child's sense of security in the world, and they weren't meant for kids. And I liked that. I liked getting to see what these other books sort of hid. Um, there was one book called The Body Farm, where the victim was an 11-year-old girl, which was about my age. And even though it was fiction, it had the same impact true crime would eventually have on me. The sense that Emily was a version of me and a version of all girls, and if this could happen to her, it could happen to me. But that terrifying truth was sort of balanced out by the presence of medical examiner Dr. Kay Scarpetta. And to me, she was like the grown up Nancy Drew. She revealed to me the violent secrets that cozy mysteries obscured, but she offered a similar kind of catharsis. Through her, we could, if not undo the murders, at least solve them. I came to the nonfiction book Savage Appetites by Rachel Monroe several years ago when I was drafting More Than You'll Ever Know. Have any of you read that book? Highly recommend if you're interested in true crime. By then, I, like the rest of the country, had fallen headfirst into serial and then this endless proliferation of true crime podcasts. I'd watched Making a Murderer and The Staircase and read every installment of Dirty John as it was published in the LA Times. And then I watched both series on Netflix. So my fascination with fictional crime series had sort of bled over into true crime, but it came with a new level of discomfort. As a child watching Unsolved Mysteries, it had never really occurred to me to think of the real people left behind after the crimes who were forced to watch these terrible reenactments of their loved ones' deaths. But as I watched Making a Murderer, I couldn't help noticing how the woman at the heart of the series, Teresa Halbach, she just kind of seemed to disappear. She wasn't anywhere. And I Googled her family, wondering how they felt now that Stephen Avery and I think Brendan Dassey had become this kind of celebrity cause. According to Newsweek, the Halbach family told a news station in Wisconsin, having just passed the 10-year anniversary of the death of our daughter and sister Teresa, we are saddened to learn that individuals and corporations continue to create entertainment and to seek profit from our loss. We continue to hope that the story of Teresa's life brings goodness to the world. And that statement really tapped into the root of my discomfort with my own compulsion toward true crime, particularly when the story centered on women's sexual assault and murder. Because first, true crime is an industry with many players who do ultimately capitalize on making violence entertaining to us. And second, it's not often that the victims' lives are emphasized at all. It's their deaths, which are gruesome and demeaning and no doubt horrible for anybody who loved them to have to bear witness to again. As cultural critic Alice Boleyn points out in her essay collection called Dead Girls, the dead girl at the heart of these stories doesn't get to speak. Instead, her body, her corpse, is used as a lens through which other people, often the male detectives or killer, tell their stories. So then the question became, what appealed to me and to so many of us about these stories? You know, stories that open with a woman's dead body or a woman missing, a woman in peril in some way. Why do we gravitate so much to these stories? In Savage Appetites, Monroe suggests that most of us relate to one or more of four central archetypes in true crime: the victim, the detective, the killer, or the defender. Women consume these stories, she argues, for the vicarious thrill of danger or mystery solving, as cautionary tales, as reflections of their own experiences with violence, or because our culture has long represented killers, especially serial killers, as fascinating creatures. And I think she's right. But as I consumed more of the genre, I was also struck by this unnerving thread, which is that in true crime, the most represented victims are white women. And I got curious and I started looking up some FBI statistics. I wanted to kind of see if what we were being shown in terms of who gets killed the most often is true. And it turned out that 80% of homicide victims are actually men. So only 20% of homicide victims are women. Of course, most of women who are murdered by somebody that they know and that they once loved, which is horrible. But then you break it down even further than that. So you break down that 20%. Of that 20%, about, let's see, sorry, I lost track of my statistics here. Yes, so about 58% of murdered women in 2019 were white, which matches their share of 60% of the population, while 35% of murdered women were black, even though black women make up only 13% of the female population. So black women are killed at a rate 2 to 3 times higher of their rate in the population, and indigenous women even higher than that, and trans women also experience violence at like 5 times the rate of cisgender women. But these are not the stories that are being packaged for us, right? And so it got me thinking about how so much of true crime wants us to believe that our monsters are individual and not systemic. Like the fairy tales dating back thousands of years, you have to look at who the victims are and why certain victims are considered more universally sympathetic than others. True crime presents inherent ethical quandaries, right? Both for journalists and consumers. But I believe there's profound value in using crime as a lens through which to interrogate human psychology, the justice system, the often violent intersections of race, gender, and class. but how to do this without re-victimizing the victims and their families. How can victims and their families maintain a level of power in the relationship between journalist and subject? I thought about this as I was writing my novel. In the book, aspiring true crime writer Cassie, who is a cisgender white woman, is jaded by her contributions to a salacious crime blog. She wants to write about a woman who's still alive, who has agency, and who, in some ways, is the perpetrator, not the victim. When she finds a potential subject in Laura Rivera, Cassie can break the cycle, she thinks, of publishing stories about dead white women. She has good intentions, and we know where those go. Um, so through her, I was interested in exploring how the desire to subvert the genre could itself be thwarted by a writer's unconscious biases, by the way true crime kind of trains us to see women as victims. I wanted to play with the power dynamics of true crime storytelling. The writer may have the power to shape the narrative, but ultimately only the victim knows what actually happened, or the subject knows what actually happened. So ultimately, in the book, Lore has the power. That was crucial for me in writing the book. And it was also crucial for me to kind of flip the expected narrative with Lore in a few different ways. For one, it's not usually women who have double marriages and secret families. The first spark of the idea for Lore came back in 2009 or 2010 when I was getting my MFA at Texas State, and I came across a story that was already 10 years old, so I'm not sure how I happened upon it. It was about a man who had been married to his first wife for 53 years. They had three kids together. They were sort of pillars of the community, very respected. Um, and one night, his wife died unexpectedly. And it was ruled an accident, but 2 weeks later, someone who knew him saw a wedding announcement in a paper for a neighboring community like 20 miles away. And it was this man, same first name, different last name, and a woman that this person who knew him had never seen before. And it turned out that for the last 32 years, he'd been splitting his time between his original family and this second woman and the two children he fathered with her. And they were only 20 miles away from each other. He sent all five kids to the same elite private school. I know. He, I think he bought the same white Rolls Royce for both wives, women. At one point, both women served on the school board at the same time. I know. So this story was so compelling to me, not just for the kind of lie it was, but also how long he kept it and how closely he let his two lives brush. And I just wanted to know more. I guess that's the true crime warrior in me. And so I started to look more into secret family stories, and there never seemed to be any emotional detail in the stories. It was just sort of the facts, right, of when these double lives come out. And not surprisingly, with only one exception I could find, they were all men. And I started to wonder what would happen if a woman led this kind of double life. Because I think often women are thought to be inherently softer or more moral than men. And I actually don't necessarily think that's true. I just think, it's just been logistically harder for women to pull off this kind of thing. In the 70s, women still needed their husband's permission, to open a credit card, for example. And then, as now, if a woman worked outside the home, she could still expect the bulk of domestic labor to fall on her shoulders, especially childcare. And how would a woman pull this off if she became pregnant, or if motherhood is written on her body the way it is for so many of us? I wondered if you could eliminate some of these pesky logistical difficulties. Um, could a woman find herself in this position? How would she get there? How would she justify it, especially if, as I envisioned it, she still loves her first husband and children? The more I began to imagine Laura Rivera, the more I felt sure she needed to be from my hometown of Laredo, Texas. What better place to put a woman who will cross so many boundaries than on a literal border between two countries? And as I began to consider the logistics of her double life, it made sense to set her story in the past. And I admit at first this was kind of a lazy solution to a modern problem, which was that how would a woman pull off a double life in the age of the internet and cell phones and social media? Said it before all that. So, so I grew up hearing stories from my parents about the peso devaluation that happened in the mid 80s around the time I was born. When the US was going through a recession in the early 80s, Laredo was mostly insulated because it's a self described retail city, which means that we really depend on the income that comes in from across, as we call it, Nuevo Laredo. And so when the Mexican peso devalued, that income stopped coming in. There were no more shoppers. There was nobody coming to eat at the restaurants. There was nobody. All of that was just gone. And so a third of Laredo lost their jobs. And so I grew up hearing stories about this really dramatic time period. And I thought, what would happen if you put a woman who's defined by her desire for more in a time that's defined by its lack? What would that tension look like? And plus, it was a time period that I'd never seen before in fiction happening in a place I'd never seen before in fiction, which was Laredo, home. I was in seventh grade when our class read The House on Mango Street by Sandra Cisneros. I'd read hundreds, maybe even thousands of books by then, but this was the first book I'd ever read by a Latina author. And I remember being so surprised that a character could be named Esperanza and that there could be Spanish in a book or even Spanglish. And it felt so different to reading, To Kill a Mockingbird or Heart of Darkness. It felt familiar in a way that I had never experienced with literature. But because of that familiarity, I was like, is this real? I don't think this is real literature, and I'm so ashamed of that now. But at the time, it kind of felt like if that's the only book that I ever saw by a Latina author, it became very easy for even a Mexican American kid to dismiss it. I was exactly the audience that should have gravitated toward it. And I dismissed it. It was 1996. 6 years earlier, Oscar Iguelos had won the Pulitzer Prize for Mambo King Sing Songs of Love, raising the possibility that Latino writers in the United States could at last find a wide audience for their work, according to a New York Times piece written at the time. The writer continues, however ill defined, Latino literature exists, sometimes eloquent, often crude, now and then with more vitality than almost anything else being written in America. Yet it remains secret, available mostly in ghetto bookstores and arcane corners of college campuses. Like, sometimes eloquent, often crude. If this is what a supporter of Latino literature was saying in the paper of record, what was everybody else saying? So it's really no wonder, that a Mexican kid living in a border town could go 12 years of her life without seeing a Latina author. And Sandra Cisneros remained the only Latina author I read until college, which is just outrageous, I think, now. But college was when I encountered Gloria Anzaldúa and Carlos Fuentes and Borges and Cervantes. And I saw again not just Spanish but Spanglish. This is from Borderlands, La Frontera. The U.S.-Mexican border es una herida abierta where the third world grates against the first and bleeds. And before a scab forms, it hemorrhages again, the lifeblood of two worlds merging to form a third country, a border culture. Borders are set up to define the places that are safe and unsafe, to distinguish us from them. A border is a dividing line, a narrow strip along a steep edge. A borderland is a vague and undetermined place created by the emotional residue of an unnatural boundary. It is in a constant state of transition. The prohibited and forbidden are its inhabitants. And I read that and I was like, man, that makes Laredo sound pretty cool. I just, growing up, Laredo felt like a small and uninteresting town. And it wasn't until I left that I began to see all of the things that made it special. All of the ways that my culture were infused in every part of life in Laredo. As an example, I'd never heard of Mexican food until I left Laredo, because before that it was just food, right? so um, so it was strange leaving the city that I'd grown up in and kind of getting this strange outsider's view on it. And so in some ways, I see it from Laura's point of view as an insider, but also a little bit now from Cassie's point of view as an outsider. Um, so all of these things that I took for granted, like piñatas on birthdays and cascarones on Easter, and the way there's a birthday song called Las Mañanitas, and everybody sings it right after Happy Birthday. They're one and the same. Christmas posadas, like all of these ordinary things that I just did not realize were special until I left. And so I returned to this novel that I started writing and finished writing when I was 15. And I've been trying to work on it for years at that point, like 7 years maybe. And I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. And I had edited it, and I'd rewritten it, and I had tried all these different approaches. And it wasn't until then that I sort of recognized, like, none of my characters had last names. It was in this nameless city that kind of like sort of resembled New York, but I'd never been to New York. And so it felt like, I was trying to write this universal book that would appeal to the average reader, and nothing about it felt specific or personal or emotional or anything. Um, I didn't consider that when I referred to the average reader in my mind, I was referring to a white reader, and that kind of meant that to me, I didn't believe that a white reader would understand or care about Mexican people in a Texas border town. I didn't consider that accepting white as the default suggested that I didn't believe we were worth writing about. Because I never felt worthless. You know, I felt smart and valuable and like I was going to be a writer no matter what. Um, but this is the problem with not seeing yourself represented is this unconscious exclusion from your own imagination. Um, Publishing is getting better. It's more diverse. There are more books out by Latino writers than ever before. But I think at last count, that still means only about 6% of published books were by Latino writers, whereas 76% were by white writers. So we still have a long way to go before the books we see really reflect the diversity of voices, experiences, and imaginations within the very broad Latino communities in the U.S. Let's see how we're doing with time. Okay. The other thing I wanted to tell you all about is how I came to write this book. I mentioned I was always a reader and I was always a writer since I was a kid. So I always knew that I wanted to be a novelist, but it was not a direct path, and I would be shocked if it ever is. um, During my senior year of college, I interned for People Magazine's Austin Bureau. It was this tiny little office with just the bureau chief, Bill, the assistant bureau chief, Shannon, and me, an intern. And then the rest of the people who worked at the magazine were what was called stringers, which basically is freelancers. And I had never heard of a stringer before or a freelancer, and I'd never wanted to be a journalist. But they, because it was just this tiny office, Bill and Shannon were so great because they would actually have me researching potential stories. I would basically spend the morning combing through newspapers for our 7-state territory, putting together any interesting ideas. They helped me kind of figure out what is a pitch, what to be effective, like what does a pitch need to include. And then when I had a couple of good ones, they sent it up the chain for me to the editors in New York, and actually got a couple of those stories assigned. And so so then I was like, okay, well, go interview people. What? Like, how do I? What? And I think that to be a writer, you have to be curious about people, and you have to be interested, and you have to be an observer. But as a fiction writer, there's a lot of freedom in just being able to make stuff up. Not so as a journalist, and also it sometimes, and, and it also felt like this massive responsibility, to be talking to real human beings about some of the most important stories in their lives, and to hope to capture some of that on the page. And I was really terrified of writing these stories and having my subjects read them and be like, that's wrong, that's not what I said, that's not who I am. And I was like, journalism is not for me. I Spoiler alert, still do journalism. um, but the bureau office closed really suddenly after I graduated. They'd given me a job, and after that, I was like, well, God, now what? And so then I essentially kind of became a stringer, like a freelancer. And so I would just spend my days combing through Craigslist ads that seemed even remotely legitimate, and sending them. At least by that time I had a couple of bylines from people, and so that was really wonderful to be able to legitimize like this 21-year-old fresh college grad. And so I built up this client base, and I wrote and edited everything from RFID white papers to I ghost wrote a novel, and I co-wrote nonfiction books. And then as I was freelancing and doing all this, I got my MFA from Texas State. And after that, I got a full-time job for one of the clients that I'd worked most for during this time. And so I became the executive editor of this small kind of hybrid storytelling company. And I worked mostly with nonfiction books, and it was all about journalism, helping people tell their stories. And I loved it, and I felt really proud that kind of against all odds, I had built a career adjacent to what I really wanted, which was to be a novelist. And I was almost 30 at that time, and my husband and I were starting to talk about having kids. And it was this question of like, well, what will life look like after kids, and a realization that in the last 5 years, I hadn't written a single word of fiction, and I barely even read books outside of my clients' books. And so, I was having a lot of kind of like, I guess, an existential crisis at almost 30. And my husband was like, well, why don't you just, take a year off, like see if maybe they'll, give you a sabbatical of a kind, and you can take a year off and, try to write your novel, right? And and it was amazing to have that level of support, and to be able to do that for a time on one income, and still it was a very difficult choice because it was this matter of like, well, what if my job is not there waiting for me in a year? There can't be any guarantees with that. And what if, even more terrifying, what if I just can't write a novel actually? Like what if it's better just being a dream? And so eventually I did it because there was a part of me that really feared what life would look like as a writer, really as a working mother, after kids came. And so I wrote a book from 2015 to 2017 that got an agent very quickly. And then ultimately, once we went on submission to publishers, didn't sell. And so it was kind of like I got so close to that door, and then it was kind of slammed again. And by then, I'd been, without a solid income for 2 years, and I had just started to work on More Than You'll Ever Know. My agent was really excited about it. I was really excited about it. And it just felt like, God, how can I get so close and then just, stop here? And so I just, I kept going. And that was the month I found out I was pregnant with my first daughter after 2 years of trying. And it was not an easy pregnancy. And as I feared, it took, 5 or 6 months after she was born before I could pick up the book again. She wasn't sleeping. She had a milk allergy. I wasn't sleeping. It was all bad. And, but I felt just so desperate for this release that writing is for me. And in fact, having it go from something that I had the ability to do all day, um, to suddenly being something I had to squeeze in during nap time, that made it feel even better. Like that made it feel like urgent and necessary and important in a way that it had not exactly felt like before. And it made me a much more efficient writer. And I think a better writer too, because when you become a mom for the first time, especially in those early days, there's so much banality to it. You're it's just so much wiping of the butt, so much feeding. They're not interacting with you. There's so much giving in these ways where you're trying to keep this small dependent creature alive. And it's really boring, a lot of it. But then also but also, like, I've never felt my emotions so close to the surface. It's I've never felt more powerful. I've never felt more terrified. I've never felt more love. And feeling all of those things as a writer and not being able to use them is torture. And so I started using her nap times as my work time. And so just religiously, every time she would take a nap, I'd sit at my desk with the baby monitor and the book, and that's how I wrote the book. I finished it, a few days before she turned 1, and then I did a massive edit. It is not a slim volume, but it was 600 pages in the first draft. I was like, I can't send this to my agent, poor thing. So so I revised it by myself and then sent it to a couple of writers I trusted to read it. And they were like, this is great. Like, I would not be surprised if she's ready to go on submission. And I was like, yeah, I think so too. I sent it to her, and my agent, who's so smart, sends me like this massive email in response, like an editorial letter. And I was like, okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'll go back. I'll do some work. And so I worked on it for another couple of months, sent it back to her, feeling really good about it. She sent me just like a slightly shorter email. And, and so that went on for 18 months, like all the way up. She read probably 15 drafts of the book. And so it went on until I was pretty much going to labor with my second child. And I was like getting contractions and filming them and doing the last minute edits and sending it to my agent saying like, look, I think this is it because I think I'm going to go to the hospital now and have a baby. So can we just please take this on submission? So thankfully she said yes. And we went on submission a week after my baby was born. And so everything happened really quickly after that. And I was sitting in my bed with a newborn baby breastfeeding, just so messy, and talking to editors on the phone, like the lifelong dream was coming true in this very visceral way that I had never thought to imagine. And so, I think that, to go back to, there's this line that I always refer back to. I think the guy's name is Cyrus Connolly, and he said, there's no greater enemy of art than the pram in the hall. And I believed that for a really long time. And now, my writing life is chaotic. Like, there are no set working hours really until this year. Now that I have 9 hours a week where they're both out of the house, and now that religiously is my writing time. But before this year, it's been incredibly challenging to find those moments. And But I also, I think back on the younger version of myself who thought I needed a full day to commit to writing, and I needed to have this be the only thing in my life. And I think, I was really so wrong. And, I think some of the finest writers that I know have written their novels through nap times, on lunch breaks from full-time jobs, at night after everybody's in bed and the house is silent. And I think that, when you have a life that is full and adjacent to writing, and a life that really doesn't care very much for your writing, because my kids do not care, I think it can really make the writing better, if you let it. So, yeah, at night when I read books to my daughter, I think about how my mom read to us, and how those stories and that time together kind of lit a path for the rest of my life. God help her if she decides to be a writer, but I hope that both of our children will love stories for the rest of their lives. Because if you have a story, you're never alone, and there's always more to learn. So, thank you for spending time with me today. And if I haven't talked too much, I think we have some time for questions.
How did you break it to your husband that you were writing a book about having a second husband when he'd been so supportive?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. He's like my biggest street publicity team, and it's actually when people ask him like, "Oh, what's your wife's book about?" And he's like, "Let me tell you, it's about this woman, and she's got two husbands, and one of them dies." And you can see the way they're looking at him like, "Ooh, okay, like that's what you got to live with, huh?" But no, he's actually like a remarkably good brainstorming partner. He doesn't read the book until it's actually finished. Like he told me like, "I'll read it when it's published," and I was like, okay, I'm gonna shame you in the acknowledgments, but that's all right. But he's so supportive every step of the way when it comes to brainstorming, and so a lot of the twists that I didn't necessarily anticipate came from him. He's really good at poking holes in small details, which is infuriating but ultimately useful. And yeah, I'm writing my next novel now, and I'm already brainstorming back and forth with him, and he is startlingly unbothered by the direction my mind moves in. No.
As a journalist, it's kind of interesting the relationship that the journalist in the book has with her subject, because I really feel that it did cross
Mhm.
the bounds of what we would hope would
Mhm.
normally not happen.
Right.
So can you kind of address?
Yeah, there's a book by Janet Malcolm. It's a journalist. It's called The Journalist and the Murderer. And I was reading that book before I started writing this one, because I am very interested in how these relationships progress. And Janet Malcolm says something really interesting in that book, which is that the journalist is kind of like a con artist. And it's this emotional con where, for a time, the subject believes that the journalist is deeply and personally invested in their story. And then they can be shocked when the story is published, and it becomes clear that it was just a transaction after all. And I was really interested in the idea of the journalist as con artist, and what happens when you accidentally kind of con yourself into caring more than you should personally for your subject. So yeah, absolutely, that was one thing I wanted to be very intentional about playing with. It definitely crosses boundaries. Yeah. No, I don't think so. I think about it sometimes fondly, but I don't think that's one I'll revisit. I do think that I would like to revisit the book I wrote between 2015 and 2017 that didn't sell. I think I would probably fully rewrite it, but I still really love the story and the characters. And so I think that with a few more years on me now, I think I would like to think that I can do it more justice. So that's a book that, could maybe be number 3 or 4 if they let me keep writing them. Uh, My deadline was last month, so. But no, my agent and editor are very understanding, and they have basically told me it's finished when it's finished. So I'm about 100 pages in, which is far enough to feel like it's going somewhere, but still really early. So if I had to guess, like I would love to have a full draft by summer or the end of the year, and start the editing process by next year at the latest, which would mean it'd be out maybe in like 2025 at the earliest. It's usually like publishing timeline is very slow. Like so, even when this book sold in September of 2020, and it was in it was in pretty good shape. But it obviously didn't publish until June of 2022, and that's a pretty typical timeline. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, but then no, because this would have been a much happier answer 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so it was actually Higher Ground Productions, which is the Obama's film company, purchased the rights, which was incredibly exciting. Unfortunately, they had a deal with Netflix, and Netflix is having some problems, as y'all may know, and so unfortunately, the deal with them is not going to work. So my film agent is actually, I don't know if she's just putting on a brave face for me, but she seems really excited about taking it back out there. And I'm hopeful that since the book is published now and has some kind of record in the public, that might bode well. But we'll see. Fingers crossed. Oh yeah, I have yet to find the perfect actress for the younger Lore, but for the older version of Lore, and I always forget her name. She was in the latest season of Ozarks. If you all watch that show, she was the drug dealer sister Camila, and I think she could potentially play a really great older Lore. Yeah.
I don't have a question for you, but I just want to say I could relate to what you said about being a working mom. I turned in my tenure material. I'm in the academic world, and I turned in my tenure materials right before labor.
Wow.
And then I remember the same thing. He would be asleep, and I'd think, oh my God, I got to get up and finish this article and grade those papers. And you don't hear that story very often. I thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Very relatable.
I'm glad.
Given that you have children now, do you think about writing for children?
That's a great question. Every so often, I have the fleeting thought. I think it would be fun one day to like co-write one with my daughter. But ultimately, I think children's books are a very different type of art, and so most of the time, I kind of land on like let the people who do it well keep doing it well, and let that just be a thing we continue to enjoy together. But you never know. Yeah. Oh, thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. As you see the wonderful volunteers with the yellow buckets, don't forget. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Katie, that was wonderful.
Oh,
Oh my God, you touched on so many good,
Oh.
interesting. Oh, it was.
Sweating with nerves.
Oh my heavens, I don't speak any Spanish, and I loved the Spanish in the book. It had such music to it.
Thank you. That means a
Will
lot.
you give me a,
Absolutely.
oops, I don't know which page you sign on. Is that where you sign usually? Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Let's see. How do I spell it?
You don't have to spell my name. Just put your name.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass this on to
Oh,
a
sure.
good friend, and then make her give it back to me.
Okay.
All the best to you.
Thank you so much.
Who's taking care of the boys? Who's taking care
My
of the
husband.
kids? Oh, good, good. Your sponsor.
Bill Thompson, Denise and I were your sponsor. It's good to meet you.
It's so good to meet you. Oh, thank you both so much.
Are you here for a while or are you?
Only until tomorrow. Yeah. So I always feel like 2 nights is kind of my limit for getting away. Self-imposed. But, no, it's my first time here. Yeah.
We live in Richmond Hills, plus Ford Fields and Rivers. Henry Ford's property. This community Okay.
Yeah. Of course.
This is Denise.
I'm Denise. Nice to meet you.
We have a daughter. We have a daughter that's your age. So
Yeah. Thank you both so much for
she's in
sponsoring.
business, so she's struggling too. Two daughters.
Yeah.
Working.
Yeah. How old are her kids?
6 and 4.
Can relate. Yeah.
Similar stories
Yeah.
to you, though. I mean, she doesn't sleep, she's at work, kids, daycare.
Yeah, I know. And then with COVID the last few years, it's just kind of added this, like I think unprecedented challenge for working parents of every kind. Thank you. How was that?
It was fun.
Yeah.
We had fun.
Aw, that's so nice.
Well, they live far away.
Let's see. I'm actually going to need. Oh, thank you. Should I sign it?
Bill and Denise.
Okay.
So we could.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And these are our friends here, Roz and Eric.
How do I spell them? R-O-Z? And Eric with a C or?
This is your guy.
I know. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. That would be something I would do. Just leave it here. Thank you both so much.
Yeah, thank you. Great to meet you.
It's great to meet you too.
Thank you so much to LD.
LD?
And I'm a Mexican American, and I totally related to your, middle school having one Latino author.
Yeah.
It means a lot to see us being represented. And honestly, it's really
Oh.
No, I have two. Anyway,
You're gonna make me cry. Thank you. That honestly, like that means so much to me. How do I spell your name?
Katie, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. I feel so sweaty from nerves.
Oh,
Like, it's so
you did an awesome job. Yeah,
Thank you.
great story.
Thank you. Please tag me.
Do you know how to get to the simple sign in town?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna wait with you. I'm gonna go
Okay.
on that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. I need to do that. Are you waiting to have your book signed?
I just loved your speech. So we worked on a girls trip, and
Oh,
so we didn't
amazing.
even know it was like the
Really?
Savannah festival. So this morning
That's
we're looking
amazing.
Like, should we come see? And we saw True Crime. We said, oh.
I'm so glad y'all came.
And we were the last two in.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Meant to be.
It was meant to be. So yes. Jen.
Jen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So excited to read it.
Oh, is more people waiting to have book signed?
Okay.
Okay. The next author will come in.
And as a mom and a writer, just that release, I totally
Yes.
understand. Yes.
What do you write?
Well, I'm writing a lifestyle blog.
Oh, nice.
On, just learning how to enjoy your life, enjoy what you have.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I have journals everywhere in my
So
bag.
they're
and I
lining
have
up for the
an
next
idea.
author to
Oh,
come in,
yikes.
so
Okay.
I'm so
No, that's
sorry.
okay.
Okay. Yes.
Really,
You too. Bye.
shine, and then I've got to. Oh, maybe you should rush back, and we'll let you budge the line.
Hi.
Now I'm becoming the shepherd. I'm the Katie shepherd.
Thank you for coming. Who should I make it out to? Charlotte? For Charlotte? Okay.
Oh, that's right. You're the one somebody was outside and needed to be let in. That's right. Oh, very well.
Oh.
I remember that.
Oh no. Thank you. Who should I be? Emily? Spelled traditionally? Okay. Always have to ask. The ones I don't ask are inevitably the ones I get wrong. Okay. Here you go. Thank you. Thank you all. Oh, thank you.
Thanks you all for coming.
You were amazing.
Thank you.
Very amazing.
That's very kind. Oh, thank you. I eat. Okay. Well, I'm exhausted all the time, so.
I can only imagine. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you so much. Hi.
You know, I'm a grandma now. I'm so relatable.
Oh, yeah.
So relatable.
Oh,
I want to thank you.
oh, thank you so much for saying that.
And good luck in your career.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Who should I make it out to?
Carol.
Carol.
C-A-R-O-L.
Okay. Here you go. Thank you so much.
Good luck. Great speech.
Oh, thank you. It's very nervous.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Alice Berlin.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I looked it up.
It's great. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry? Yeah, I know. I looked at the weather in advance. It seems like it's a lot like Texas where it's ever shifting.
70 yesterday.
Yep, exactly.
Kindergarten in short sleeves.
Yes.
Today, break out the walker.
I know.
This young woman is a writing scab. She's talking about she wanted to talk to you.
how great it is to see so many people here and crowding into all of these venues. If you've been to any of the other talks today, you've already heard a board member give you the plea. And I'm going to do the same thing just to say, expenses have gone up, our revenue has stayed the same, and we really encourage you, each of you, to consider making a more sizable donation than you normally would today in order for us to keep Festival Saturday free. These venues cost money, the transportation, the housing, the rooms, all all of those expenses have gone up. And so we know you understand. So please be generous. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carrie. Good afternoon, fellow bibliophiles. My name is Louise McDonald, and I'd like to welcome you to the 16th Annual Savannah Book Festival. This year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, Nancy and David Cintron, Robert Fairclough, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a very special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. We are especially grateful to Georgia Power for allowing us to be here as they are sponsoring the First Baptist Church Fellowship Hall today. So it's great to see that's at capacity. We'd also like to welcome our generous sponsors and the literati members. It's through their support that we are able to make the festival events this Saturday free to the public, but it doesn't cover it all. So as Ms. Stoltz just said, if you can find it in your wallet and pocket to donate either through the Yellow Bucket Brigade as you leave the building today or online. So if cash is no longer in your future, you can use Venmo. So on the back of your programs, you can see all that information. Before we get started, just a couple of notes. Carolyn Prusa, our author today, will be signing her books at the festival. We'll have a little mini signing here for those of you that are in a hurry. You may be able to sign a few books here before going there. Please take a moment to ensure that your cell phone is off. I know it's kind of hard, but we do have to ask you for 45 minutes not to take any calls, and no flash photography as well. On the back of your program, you've probably already been told that there's a QR code. Please take this opportunity to fill out the survey at the end of today because it's important for both the book festival as well as the city of Savannah to determine the funding for the arts in this city. As you exit the venue, don't forget the yellow buckets. I don't think we can say it enough if we want to be free again next year. And also, you will have an opportunity at the end of Carolyn's talk to ask her for a few questions. So we'll probably be limited to about 5 or 10 minutes of that. So with that, I'd like to introduce Carolyn Prusa, who's with us today, courtesy of Colin and Lindsay McRae, as well as Jerry and Diane Thompson. Carolyn has written for Savannah Magazine, the Charlotte Observer, and other publications. She lives right here in Savannah with her husband and 2 sons, who I think are in the audience, and a giant rescue dog named Dale, who looks like a Wookiee and apparently sings like an angel. All right, please give us a warm welcome to Carolyn Prusa.
Thank you, Louise. Is this tall enough? I'm a giant. Hey, y'all. Thank you for coming. You can't hear me? Okay. It's getting a gesture from Emma back there. My friend came and I discovered today that she has tiny hands. Hold up your hand. See? She's tiny hands, but a brilliant mind. I know a lot of y'all. I see a lot of faces I know, but if you don't know me, my name is Carolyn, and I live here in Savannah in Kensington Park with my husband and my 2 sons, Miles and Theo, who get their looks from their father, and they get their bookwormish-ish and dance moves from me. You're welcome. I'm going to talk about the book. Did anybody read the book? This is what I would do if some asshole was up here asking people if they read the book. I would go. And while we're doing impressions, this is one of our two African pygmy frogs. See, Theo, I told you I'd talk about the frogs. They adore frogs. Jeremy and Herbert. That was actually Jeremy. Herbert is not moving that much. I'm not worried. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried. But before I talk about the book, I want to talk about the Savannah Book Festival because we've lived here 10 years, and over the duration, I have always been a volunteer and super festival goer, and it's always been really special to me. So it's kind of like first time author, long time fan. We moved here in 2010, so we're 2010, and when we moved here, I was very, very, very pregnant with my second child. And my husband accepted a job for Hugo Boss, which, if anyone's unfamiliar, Hugo Boss is a German company that makes very tight and expensive clothing for men. It's like the less body, like less muscle you have, the better the look. So my oldest was 3. I was pregnant with the second one, and as part of the job, he got a clothing allowance. So one of the first things we did when we moved here was we went to the Hugo Boss store in Bluffton, and I was like pushing 200 pounds, and he got like a whole new wardrobe. And the salespeople were like, "Oh my gosh, you work in corporate? Like he should model." And I was I'm like having contractions. It was like Pretty Woman, except he was Julia Roberts. You still are, babe. And instead of pizza, we got Olive Garden, which was like part of my pregnancy craving. So like that worked out. Don't feel sorry for me. But yeah, so we do like to have our babies on the run. So I had 2 little guys when we moved here, and as much fun as that is, I love breastfeeding. I love wiping butts. Sometimes at the same time. I really missed books, reading. I really missed being around people who cared about books and reading. And so I saw a post, I want to think it was on the Facebook, that was like, "Hey, do you like books? Do you like reading? We're looking for people to help out with the Savannah Book Festival." And I was like, "Yes, me! I volunteer!" One of my superpowers is getting involved in projects that pay very little or nothing at all. Another one of my superpowers is falling asleep immediately on airplanes, which is actually a helpful one. The first one, less so. But so I started volunteering for the Savannah Book Festival, and I met Amy Condon. Don't know if she's interested in a shout out today. Who has since become a good friend and a wonderful mentor She's kind of like the fairy godmother of all creative writers in Savannah, and we appreciate that about her. She's a giant pig named Gus. Is Gus in the acknowledgement? Amy is in the acknowledgements. I don't know if Gus is in the acknowledgements. They're both fantastic. Another woman named Robin Gold was in charge, and Robin always curated just a really interesting mix of authors, and she has since moved out west. But she has these two black labs, which she takes through the drive-through McDonald's for their birthdays, and then I always look forward to that post. The dogs are like. So before they had paid people for the Savannah Book Festival, there was the visibility committee, and our responsibility was sort of getting the word out and also logistics. So one of the early challenges was, how do you discourage people from camping out to see the next person? I don't know if that's like still an issue, guys, volunteers. But so you had to like come up and be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We need to clear this out for the next. So that was like a whole meeting of brainstorming those logistics. We read the books of people who were potentially coming or we were going to invite to come. And fun story, one time Robin slid over a then heard of Colleen Hoover novel. She was like, "You're young. Tell me what you think." Reader, I was not that young. And I'm still blushing. Pretty sure that was like 8 years ago. I followed all the authors and their social media, so I could do social media for them. And I still follow some of those people, and I think of them fondly when they're coming out with like third, fourth, seventh books. And another thing that we had to do on the visibility committee was come up with questions to plant in the crowd so as to avoid the awkward silence after the talk. If anybody's unsure what the awkward silence is, we could create it together. If y'all are into it, like group project. But I also was a bucket girl. Hey, buck for a bucket. And you guys are like pretty low key. Like my strategy was a little more flashy. It was sort of like, and sometimes people would be like, I already gave a buck. I put a buck in another bucket. And I would be like, so what? Hand it over. Alice, what else you got in there? Mints? One time I saw my OBGYN when I was being a bucket girl, which was fun. And later during my checkup, or I told him when this book was coming out, and he was like really proud and excited and positive for me. And he was like, well, I also wrote a book. Authors in here apparently, like when your book comes out, you find out that everybody else wrote a book. So he was like, it's about menopause, and it's from the perspective of a woman, and I'm thinking about publishing it under the pen name of a woman. And I was like, we talk a lot about authenticity in authors, but in your case, like, I think you probably know a lot about menopause. I was actually like, that was cheap. See, you show up for the Prince references and stay for the vagina jokes. But a little bit into the festival, I dragged my mom into it and her bestie, Marianne. Hey, girl. Who are like Mary and Rhoda and finish each other's sentences. So they started coming into the party, and then they would be like out there in their like nice scarves, like arguing about directions and where to go, which was fun. And sometimes I get a free lunch. which writers like free stuff. Well, all this is to say, the super straightforward narrative is to say, the Savannah Book Festival has been a really special part of my experience in Savannah. And it's like not only a celebration of the written word and just like a dreamy way experience in our beautiful city, but it's really pushed me to open up to different voices and authors and topics. And I've just discovered favorite writers that I might not have, you know, library, bookstagram. I don't know how I find out about authors. How do you guys? Jude, friends in fiction. We're plugging the pod. I'm a friend of the pod, so I'm going to call it a pod. Okay, I did promise I was going to talk about the book. So I started writing this book in 2017. It is adorable when we are referred to as debut authors because most debut authors have at least 17 other books that they wrote before that. In my case, I had 3 other books before this one. But the one directly before this one was a YA novel, and it was based on the best job ever I had, which was working in the Manor Theater in Charlotte as a box office girl. And what I would do is sell tickets for 5 minutes, and then I could read the whole time. And there was free popcorn and unlimited soda. Minimum wage, not so great at that time, but I told you guys, superpower, not getting paid. I'm amazing at it. So it did get close. I got an agent. He shopped it around. We got some kind of nibbles. I had one Simon & Schuster editor from a different imprint that was like, hey, can you rewrite the first 50 pages? And by that point, after it's been shopped a year, you're so like, ugh, just somebody that like whatever suggestion. If they're like, why don't we make it like a roller rink instead of a movie theater? And you're like, or instead of like a 15-year-old girl, what if it's like a 300-year-old vampire in Tulsa who plays Highlight? Yeah, sure, that sounds great. So it didn't sell, which was a bummer. And on the day we finally let go, my husband got me a teeny key lime pie from Baker's Pride, which tears on the key lime pie. Which writers, find you a partner who will get you a baby key lime pie from Baker's Pride. But I learned stuff. I mean, the learning curve was straight up, and people had positive feedback. They were like the characters, like the voice, it's fun. They were like, how about a plot? What? Or a story or a conflict. I was like, God. No, it had some of those things. But the main feedback was like it's lacking urgency. We need this thing to move. I was like, all right, as I'm like eating my pie. Okay, so meanwhile, back to Savannah, 2016. My husband still has a fantastic wardrobe. I'm getting a little more sleep. Some of us in here, not gonna name names, woke up every morning at 4 for 3 years. It's cool. But sort of like thinking about the next thing, and I sort of noticed that, well, before we moved here, apparently Savannah did all right with some of the tropical storms and hurricanes. And then when we got here, they just started coming. And there was a period of time where we were getting walloped. And it was really interesting to me, sort of this cycle of, it's coming. Is it gonna come? Is it gonna pivot. Like, should we stay? Should we go? What do we pack? What do we do with the creatures? So that was really interesting to me, and I thought maybe people in other parts of the country don't do this every October. Maybe some of these details are intriguing or even exotic to them. So I was thinking, okay, a hurricane is very urgent. Some might say very, very urgent. So concurrently or always, I'm fascinated by the themes of motherhood, and sort of surrounded by these brilliant, badass women who are constantly kind of confronted with the push and pull of the responsibilities of parenthood with their career, sort of the ups and downs of guilt and frustration. So I thought, and I had this character tapping at me. Ooh, is that loud? She's Ramona, and kind of like her kids do, like mom, mom, mommy, mom. She was sort of tapping at me, and so I was like, okay, like I've got this character, and what if I throw her in a hurricane with a guinea pig? On the year that our prince died. So that is sort of how the story began. And publishing takes a minute. So I wrote a couple of drafts. Amy read one sucky one, maybe two sucky ones. I got a wonderful new agent. I wrote a bunch of drafts with her. I got picked up by a wonderful editor. Wrote a bunch of drafts with her. So I started in 2017, and then the thing came out last November, which is fun, but it is a long haul, and to the point where some readers will bring up things that I forgot. I was talking in Greensboro. I don't know how we talked, and someone was like, "Well, yeah, and Adelaide has a cat," and I was like, she was like, yeah, she got the cat in the kennel and next to Clarence Thomas in the backpack. Remember, they have to be separated at Jerry's house, and I was like, yes. I do remember that, writing that. So then after they buy the thing, you go through a copy editing process, which was really interesting and kind of fun, I thought. But so the first thing that happened was they send you a treatment. It's kind of like an appendix, and it was 3 pages, single spaced. And when I looked at it all together, I was like, wow, I kind of created this whole living, breathing ecosystem of weirdos. It's like Kenneth, Ramona's boss, Puttin stuff, golf station, and off the highway. And I was like, it was really interesting seeing all that together. And probably a horror movie from the inside of my brain for other people. But another part of it was this wonderful woman named Lisa went through, I'm not sure what her official title is, but it should maybe be person who has a brain in no way similar to mine, because Lisa's job was to sort of go through and like make sure all of the sequencing of the hurricane was like legit and how it happened, checking pop culture references. So like Apollonia, proper nouns, Cheez-Its, stuff like that. And I was like, Lisa. And in one draft I had spelled Pinky Masters wrong. The what? So if anyone is not from Savannah, Pinky Masters is a delightful dive bar around the corner. Now it's called the original Pinky Masters. There was like some issue with the own. I'm not worried about it. Don't worry about it. We can all go there for a drink afterwards. But so she changed the writing in that little thing, and you have to go through and initial everything that they find. And so in that one for Pinky Masters, I wrote in my note, and I was like, Lisa, I am beyond amazed by your attention to detail and grateful. And I was like, if you are ever in Savannah, we are going to go to Pinky Masters, i.e., and I would like to buy you a drink or 7. Um, there were some surprises in the publishing process, not scary ones, good ones. And one of them was that I was surprised that I had more of a voice than I thought, or that editorial and production like cared about what I thought. Because in my head, has anyone seen Reality Bites movie? Okay, Noni Ryder, Ethan Hawke, Steve Zahn, Janine Garofalo, a young Ben Stiller. Anyway, so the Noni Ryder character plays a documentary filmmaker, and she's like kind of dating Ben Stiller, who like works for MTV or something corporate, and he takes her work and he splices it up and makes it all cheesy and like a pizza and like graphics and like dancing graphics. So I thought that I would have like a Reality Bites moment in the publishing process, and I kind of didn't. The editor was wonderful and thoughtful, and the suggestions she made kind of made the thing keep flowing. There's a whole section about sand gnats, which she did take out. I mean, she's probably like, you know, Avenue of Americas in New York, and like, why did this woman write 2,000 words about a bug? But if you live in Savannah, we know, right? They're a big part of our life. So sand gnats. She also, one of the children characters has a blankie, Lovey, named Minneapolis. And Trish, the editor, was like, yeah, it's kind of long. And I was like, no, the name said, but I was like, I don't really like it. She's like, okay. And then there's one scene where the characters go to a Halloween party and their family costume is Raising Arizona. And then there's kind of some references to that movie throughout the scene. And I don't know if she had seen that movie as much as me. Probably not a lot of people or loved it as much, because she had kind of some question marks, and she's old school, like she did like a pen in the thing. Yeah, that's gotta stay. I need me a baby high. I love that movie. What's Nick Cage doing? He needs to get back to his roots. And another like interesting moment is when you do the cover reveal, or when you're the author and you see the art for the first time. Which I love, and I ended up loving. I like that it's purple for obvious reasons, and but so in the first one I saw it, though, I was like, this is a tornado. I was like, that's like a different thing. Like New Yorkers. I was like, that's like a different thing. And I like, sometimes there's tornadoes inside hurricanes, and they're like, yeah, we like the vehicle, the visual. And then another thing was that the first go round they had kind of stereotypical mom objects, like a bottle of wine. What else was there? Like a sippy cup. Teddy bear. And I was like, what if you guys put things that are in the book? They were like, what? So that's how we got the golf club and the laptop and Clarence Thomas. But in their defense, it's probably like a 22-year-old graphic designer in Brooklyn, and they, are like, moms like wine. They don't know that we need hard liquor. Just kidding. I'm not kidding. But in the end, I really, really loved it. Theo does not like the bra. Which I do like the bra because everybody likes boobs, but to be honest, I don't think that Ramona has that bra. Maybe it's Sarah Ellen's bra. This looks like beyond Target lingerie price. So the book is out in the world. Clap for herself. I hope that you like it. I hope that maybe even you love it. And if you don't, there is another bug in Savannah, which people adorably call the palmetto bug, but we know it's a roach. We have roaches like this big, and they like to come in when it rains because, like, that's better and more comfortable for them. So, if you don't like the book, this is gonna be loud. It also works to put out their lights. That's the end. Thank you for coming. Louise is back.
Thank you very much, Carol. That was fun. Really, really fun. And I can hardly wait to finish the book. We do have about 10 minutes for some Q&A, and I believe the ushers have some microphones, or we'll have people come up. You have to use this microphone. So if anybody has a question, if you would raise your hand and wait for the microphone, our Elaine will come out and bring it up to you. So I'm sure there's no need to have the awkward.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm fine. I'll be here all day.
So I heard an author talk about this in another talk earlier today, and I'm just curious where you fall in the pantser versus plotter world.
Well, this will come as a surprise to no one. I'm not the most linear thinker. So I do have an idea, but I sort of think of moving the story along in kind of bubbles, like moments and scenes come to me, and then I try to kind of link them and line them up so it resembles a story. But I'm really jealous of the plotters because I think that would be an organized and wonderful way to go through life.
All right, we have a question down here at the back.
Oh.
Why Prince? I mean, did you go through a lot of different artists and look at lyrics and see what makes sense and relate to characters, or you just always really diehard Prince?
Well, I love him. As y'all remember, we lost a lot of wonderful people in 2016. David Bowie, George Michael, 2017, Tom Petty. It's a rough year. I am a Super Prince fan, and I mainly chose him because I felt like he represented the opposite of what Ramona was struggling with. If she was on sort of autopilot in terms of her job and responsibilities, and maybe even felt a little trapped, he symbolized sort of mystery and sexiness and whimsy and spontaneity that was missing in her life. I will tell you that there are many Prince fans who are disappointed that he is not in it more, and they have let me know. But I talked to the Savannah art students on Thursday, which was a blast. These kids are cool. But one of the things I prepared was I went on Goodreads, which is a terrible idea if you're an author. Don't go there. But I picked out some of the worst reviews to read to them because it's funny. My favorite one was, I kind of wish the hurricane would kill her so the book would end. She still gave me 2 stars. I was like, I would have given me like none or a half. But There was a extremely irate super Prince fan who felt like the examples included in the book were only sort of like obvious songs that people would have known in performances, and that this author knows nothing, and she just looked him up on Wikipedia. Okay. 7 stars. No, no, no. But so I get that, and I think that some people felt like misled about Prince being in the title, which is all right. It's fine. But the book is about motherhood and sort of trying to connect with some of the who you are as a young person, who you are as a mother, and who you're going to be. And so that reader was disappointed. But I do love Prince, and we'll talk about him, listen to him all day if you guys want to at Pinky Masters after this.
I think we may have time for one more question. Right here.
So I haven't read the book yet, but just from hearing you talk, I'm super excited about it. But where does the title come from? Do you pick that, or does the publisher pick that? How do you come up with that title? It's very attention grabbing.
What's your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie. I didn't think they would keep this. It's 2 long.
It's fabulous. I love it.
But when I meet people and ask what the name of the book, or gynecologists, it takes a long time, and then they're like, "What?" And then you have to say it again. So the next book is going to be called The. No, this was just a working title. And actually, I forgot about this. Do y'all see the movie Clerks? So do you remember there's this character called Randall, and he was like, I wasn't even supposed to work today, and it was like kind of a mantra. So in earlier drafts, that was more of it. It was, sort of Ramona being like, none of this would have happened if Prince were alive. And then she sort of like comes into reality and embraces her situation a little more. But yeah, they kept it.
All right, we actually do have time for one more question. Anybody has one?
They might.
Oh, perfect.
Patty Callahan Henry, everybody. Friend of the pod.
Oh, please. What do you have coming up next?
So I'm working on the next one, which is hard. I'm excited about it. It feels good to have like a new world. It's a similarly world of parenting. Kind of older kids. There's sort of like a ghosting situation between two teenage girls and sort of the ripple that happens in the parent crowd. But I don't know how the other writers in here feel, but I feel like that everyone was like, second one is so hard. And I was like, why? What's your problem? But it just does seem hard because before I was in my weird little turret, not knowing if anybody would read it or caring or worrying. And now it's like I do have smart people giving me feedback, but it does feel like more cooks in the kitchen. So I've got to navigate that. But I will keep writing. I don't know if anyone will buy it, but I will keep writing. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank all of you for being here. Please join me again. I think it was an amazing talk. So if you'd like to have her come back, please donate in the little yellow buckets in memory
Good afternoon, everyone. I feel like I'm in an intimate book club meeting here. Thank you so much for coming. Welcome. It's the 16th annual Savannah Book Festival, and this year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Cintron, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from the Georgia Humanities. We're especially grateful to Georgia Power for sponsoring the First Baptist Church Fellowship Hall. We'd also like to welcome our generous sponsors and literati members. It is through your support that we are able to make festival events like this Saturday free to the public. 90% of the revenue comes from our donors and literati members, and we thank you. Before we get started, I have a few housekeeping items that you've probably heard before. Marcel Thoreau will be signing festival purchase books in the Telfair Square immediately after the presentation here. Please take a moment to make sure your cell phone is turned off, and we ask that you do not use flash photography. The opportunity for questions and answers will be at the end of the talk. Raise your hand, and I guess we'll have you come up to the mics so you can say your question loudly so everyone can hear it. On the back of your program, you'll find a QR code for a survey. Please do take a moment to share your opinion. The survey results help with continuous improvement and for the impact of our festival, and so that the response can help to continue fund the arts in our community here in Savannah. Later on, as you exit, you will see our wonderful volunteers holding yellow buckets. We hope you'll consider making a donation to the Savannah Book Festival. because it's only through generosity that we're able to keep Festival Saturday free. If cash is a thing of the past for you when your pockets aren't there loaded, you can donate via Venmo through the QR code that is also on the back of your program or through the website. Please help us to continue the sharing and love of books with a free Festival Saturday. Okay, so now on to the good stuff. Marcel Thoreau is here with us today, courtesy of Lynn and Kent Gregory, as well as Ron and Barbara Coley. We thank them. Marcel Thoreau is a British American novelist. You're going to love his accent. And he's a broadcaster who has studied English literature at Cambridge University and international relations at Yale. He is the author of several novels, including The Sorcerer of Pyongyang and Far North, which was a finalist for the National Book Award and the Arthur C. Clarke Award. He lives in London, and his son came and joined him today. Please give a warm Savannah welcome to Marcel Thoreau.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Heidi. Hi, everyone. God, it's great to see such a lovely turnout. Thank you for coming here. I think I'm aiming to talk for about half an hour, and then we'll do 15 minutes of questions. And I'm going to talk about my novel, The Sorcerer of Pyongyang. The Sorcerer of Pyongyang is my seventh novel, and essentially it's partly a love story, but at its heart, it's the story of a young boy growing up in North Korea during the 1990s, which was a terrible time in North Korea. I mean, I'm not sure if there's ever a good time in North Korea, to be honest, but the 1990s were particularly bad. It's a period that is known now as the Arduous March. There was mass famine, and hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of people died from the lack of food. In the novel, its hero, Cho Jun-soo, stumbles on a copy of the Dungeon Master's Guide, courtesy of his dad, who works in a hotel in Wonsan, which is a resort city on the eastern coast of North Korea. It's left behind by a foreign visitor. And Cho Jun-soo becomes obsessed by the game Dungeons and Dragons, which some of you, I'm sure, know of, perhaps played. Perhaps you've even been down to Nerdheim in Savannah and bought yourself polyhedral dice to play it. The book also contains a kind of explanation of how I came to write it, how I stumbled on the story of Cho Jun-soo. And that, in part, is due to an anomaly of modern history, which I can't fully explain. But it's that in the suburb, close to where I live in southwest London, there's a small diaspora of North Korean people. There's maybe 400 North Korean refugees living in New Malden, Surrey, southwest London, among a larger community of Korean people. Why so many North Koreans, and that's quite a large diaspora of North Koreans, why so many should end up in southwest London is, there's interesting food for thought, but I've one or two theories about why it might be. So the description in the book of how I came to write the book is, like much of the books, a blend of truth and fiction. And I mention in the book that I had visited South Korea in 2015. In my other life, one of my other hats I wear is as a reporter for British TV. And I made many programs for a current affairs strand in my country called Unreported. In my country, I'm a dual citizen, but I do think of the UK as home, called Unreported World. And in 2015, I made a half-an-hour documentary about. It was very shocking to me, actually. I guess because I had never been to South Korea before, and I think of it as a highly developed economy. But I made a documentary about people with learning difficulties, people with mental disabilities who've been trafficked into slavery to harvest salt on these islands to the far west of South Korea. It's called the Shinhan Archipelago. and they were picked up by kind of gangmasters at bus stations and railway stations around the country, and trafficked out there. And it was truly shocking to me because one guy I interviewed had been in a form of servitude for decades. Anyway, it was a dark and unpleasant story, which I touched on very briefly in the novel. But what I didn't mention in the book is that I've also been to North Korea. And I left this out of the book, I think, partly for dramatic effect. I didn't want to be kind of, it wasn't really necessary. It's not really necessary for the reader to know that. But it is probably the case that my desire to write something set in North Korea was sparked then in 2018 when I went to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, to give it its full and slightly misleading name because nothing democratic about it whatsoever. Um, and it came about in an odd way. It was my summer vacation, and my then boss called me up and said, "Look, we've applied for a visa for you to go to North Korea with a cameraman stroke director, and what's more, we think they're going to give you one." And I obviously had mixed feelings about that, but it was a very unusual time. The North Koreans have never been keen on foreign visitors. There's always been a small number of tourists allowed in, largely because they contribute hard currency to the economy. And if there's one thing the North Korean government need above all, it's hard currency. So foreign visitors who can be controlled are a kind of welcome asset. But in 2018, they started some of these agencies that had worked in the past to get foreign tourists in said, look, we can take in journalists too, and we can take in people who want to do business in North Korea. People are looking to do business in the country. And I thought, okay, this sounds fascinating. I'd read a lot of books about North Korea, and after I was in the South, I did some research on the North. And I think there's just a general fascination with the country for reasons that we can speculate about. But there's something about its remoteness and its isolation, and the way that it kind of preserves this Marxist Leninist outlook on the world in defiance of all the seeming progress of history that is endlessly fascinating. So I didn't take much persuasion. I was really up for it, and I went with the director, cameraman, a guy called Kareem, and of course you can't fly straight into Pyongyang. First, you have to go to Beijing, and you go to the embassy, the North Korean embassy, which gives you a little flavor of North Korea before you get there, because everyone in the embassy is wearing a little pin with either Kim Il Sung or Kim Jong Il on the pin, or, and this is a really desirable pin, it has both of them. And just leaping ahead, when you finally get to North Korea, everyone is wearing one of these pins. Everyone in the country above the age of my son, above the age of 13 or 14, wears the pin every day over their heart. So we picked up our visas and we got on the plane, and the following day, the Sunday evening, you get on a Koryo Air jet staffed by North Korean air hostesses. They were all female, and you fly into the airspace of North Korea. And I think when I talk about North Korea to my friends, they all expected it to be, for Pyongyang to be a kind of prison camp full of people in boiler suits starving to death. And actually, what is surprising is that Pyongyang is a rather beautiful city. It reminded me of the Soviet Union circa 1983, which I was lucky enough to visit, but more orderly, more. The food was better than it was in the Soviet Union in 1983, to be frank, and but there was a spookiness about it that the streets were full of people smartly dressed, very thin, I should say, people walking purposefully along the street. No one was hanging around. And that first night we stayed in a hotel in Pyongyang, and in the morning I speak Russian. That's my other big area of interest is the former Soviet Union. So, and I have an interest generally in authoritarian stroke totalitarian countries. And at the breakfast, there were Russians. I could overhear them speaking Russian. They were over for a trade fair. This was this funny moment where North Korea was reaching out, and not just to Russian and Chinese uh, traditional allies, but also it was making overtures to the US. You'll remember, of course, that your then president had a kind of bromance going on with Kim Jong Un, and they seem to be getting on quite well for a while. But the Russians who were at breakfast in the hotel, I said to them, I said it kind of reminds me of the Soviet Union in 1983, and they were like, "Ah," and but to them it was actually there was a sort of painful look of nostalgia in their faces because they were roughly my age. I'm 54, and I could see that they were thinking it was it was better back in the day. I mean, as a lot of Russians roughly my age feel that was a time of kind of orderliness and relative calm. But in terms of journalism, the trip itself was kind of a bust. I mean, we were met at the airport by three minders, and this is an obligatory part of any visit to North Korea. We had Mr. Ri, who was the lead minder, who spoke excellent English. We had Mr. Kim, he was very nice, very friendly indeed, and Mr. Yu. And Mr. Yu was the kind of millennial minder. He was younger. He played Candy Crush in the bus on his North Korean smartphone. And when I say it wasn't literally Candy Crush. It was some kind of North Korean version I mean, interestingly enough, I didn't expect this either. North Korea produces its own smartphones, and on those smartphones they have versions of a Candy Crush like game, but they also had they had some sort of eBay like app where they could trade stuff, which was weird. And I said to Mr. Kim, that's how capitalism. I said to Mr. Ree was the troll. I said, Mr. Ree, this is how capitalism starts. And he said, we have a very powerful mosquito net. I would, and so basically the three of them kind of spent the whole time stopping us doing any journalism. So we couldn't really we were the first thing that I was worried about was were we even going to get any pictures of anything? Because I'd heard these horror stories that people had been driven in from the airport, and the curtains of the bus had been closed, and they'd been driven around the whole time in a bus with the curtains shut. I was trying to explain we're working in television. We don't have, we need at least 30 minutes of pictures, otherwise we can't go home and just show a blank screen. But they let us shoot out of the windows, which was a hallelujah. And after a great deal of persuasion, they let Kareem and I out onto the streets of Pyongyang just to get those bread and butter shots of people going about their ordinary life, without which you don't have we can't even begin to put a program together. But but what they did was they kind of corralled us. So they were with us 24/7 pretty much, and they kind of controlled us in subtle ways, and not so subtle. That we were on a fixed itinerary. We were shown a number of things. We were shown things that clearly showed North Korea in a good light. We were taken to universities where no one had access to the internet. We were taken to see very talented young children playing musical instruments with enviable degrees of talent, and we were driven along a highway to Wonsan, the beach resort city which Donald Trump famously identified as having a lot of real estate potential for beachside condos if they could only stop firing nuclear weapons from the beaches. And so, but there were also things that they couldn't hide from us entirely, right? I could see how thin people were. I could see in Pyongyang on the first day, I could see soldiers from the Korean People's Army, which is an enormous army. But I could see soldiers crouched down by the Potonggang River, it was one of the two. There are two main rivers in Pyongyang. I think it was the Potonggang. It might have been the Taedong, but I could see them crouched down by the riverside, washing their uniforms, right? And I said to Mr. Ri, look, what are they doing? Looks like they're washing their uniforms. He said, they are fishing. I was like, oh, okay, because that is a very strange way of fishing. But that was sort of the tenor of our relationship. He either blanked, if we asked a difficult question, he would blank us, and he took a certain sort of pleasure in doing it. So one of our questions was, how much do we were on our way to visit a collective farm outside Wonsan, which in itself was interesting. We were allowed to film in a collective farm. It showed a degree of openness. But we said, what is their average salary of a collective farm worker? He said, we can ask at the collective farm, and I'm sure they will not say. So so it almost became there was a certain playfulness about him, even that we also went to a place called the Masikryong ski resort, which was a ski resort up country, which we were visiting in summer, so I can't possibly tell you how good the powder snow is at Masikryong. And there was no one there. It was so empty that it was dead. But there was, in the basement, there was a hairdressing salon, and I got my hair cut in the basement. But even that was a slightly odd experience, because the woman who was cutting my hair was clearly, terrified of saying the wrong thing. And I don't want to get a journalistic scoop if it's someone's going to get sent to a gulag for having spoken frankly to me. So I think we were aware that the minders were a kind of necessary evil in that context. They kind of protected us from finding out the truth, but they also prevented anyone from speaking frankly or even naively. But it was clear when we spoke to people, you could see there were a couple of occasions. One time at a fun fair in Pyongyang, where the miners only let us go right at the end of the evening, when there were 15 minutes before the fun fair shut. So it was maybe 9:45 p.m. when we finally got in. We'd been begging to go all day, and we were running around trying to talk to people, Kareem and I, the camera guy, and people would kind of talk to us with this kind of terrified look. And obviously, because we were Westerners, we had cameras, the minders were standing nearby kind of looking, or even helping to translate. So they would say, they said anodyne things, as you would. But we said on the way to the Masikryong ski resort, we said, is it the case that Kim Jong-un wanted to build this ski resort because he loved skiing in Switzerland so much? Because we know that Kim Jong-un was along with his brother, was sent to a private school in Switzerland, and Mr. Lee just said, I don't know anything about that. Which was, and there were a couple of times where we asked also, this was kind of pushing, this was probably getting a bit near the knuckle. We asked about Kim Jong-un's children at one point, and that it didn't cause a diplomatic incident, but we weren't very popular after that. And we took a bit of, we had to charm him a bit after that to get him back on side. And to be fair, in the evenings, and I guess this suited the minders, they could just park us round a table. So the food was invariably delicious, and God, I feel terrible saying it, because God knows how many hundreds of thousands of people in that country were going hungry at that moment, and they would pour us a lot of drink, and they would kind of loosen up and be quite jovial, and it was strange, and they gave the impression of wanting to help us more than they were able to. I personally think they were shining us on, because when Mr. Kim kept going, oh, it's too bad. We were saying, please, could we film this? And on the last day, there was this extraordinary thing was happening in Pyongyang called Chuseok, which is it's a Korean full moon festival that happens in September, October. Wait a second. Yeah, in September. And there were lots of people gathering by the riverside, carrying having picnics and drinking, and they were carrying, and I'm sure this is what I saw, they were carrying ashes of their ancestors, and they were having a sort of collective picnic with so it was a kind of Confucian festivity where you honor the previous generations. And unlike everything else we saw in North Korea was not a political event. And we were saying, Mr. Kim, please, can we film some of this? He was like, oh gosh, I really wish I could. I really wish you could. And I think probably I would much rather, possibly there's have won more awards for my journalism. I would rather make a mediocre film and have everyone survive than bring you a scoop about North Korea, which involves North Koreans ending up in the gulag. But I have to say one final. This was an extraordinary thing about Mr. Ree. That on the last night we were staying in quite a nice hotel and we did karaoke in the hotel. And we all piled down to the karaoke space in the bottom of this hotel, and Mr. Ree had his arm around me. He was telling me how much he respected me, and then he did his karaoke showpiece song, and I'm gonna have to play you the actual song because I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't heard it with my own ears. I don't know if you're gonna know the song, but this is what Mr. Ree said. Mr. Ree. How weird is that? Mr. Ree, the North Korean minder, got up on stage and sang Barbie Girl by Aqua. And my eyes were, I was looking at Kareem thinking, why, can we film this? And I felt like he was sort of letting us, I don't know, he was sort of letting us know, that he was a kind of cosmopolitan individual. He was, and I don't know what he was saying about I don't know what else he was saying, but he was sort of saying, you see, there's more to me than meets the eye, which is clearly the case. And I, so that was, anyway, so that blew my mind. But I suppose it also, unfortunately, or fortunately, it was the Minders were the only North Koreans that we got to know in that kind of detail, with any intimacy, to share a moment like that with. But when we were being driven around in our bus endlessly, we could peer out in Pyongyang, and we would see people on the public transport waving at us in a kind of friendly way. And we went to the mass games, which is this. It's this incredible. The only thing I can compare it to is a kind of, it's like a sort of Marxist Leninist Cirque du Soleil, right? But I'm sure some of you have seen Cirque du Soleil, right? It's incredible. The gymnastics is amazing. The way the people move in unison. This was better. This was like it was more impressive than Cirque du Soleil. It was more. The gymnastics were more amazing. There was at the back of there are 100,000 people or more in the Kim Il Sung Stadium, and at the back there's a kind of human, what I call it, like a human flat screen TV, where every pixel is a child holding up a card, and they do it in unison, so it gives the illusion of these images turning. Anyway, it was mind blowing. But one of the things I guess that was quite nice about it is that as we were sitting there, we were surrounded by ordinary North Korean people, like as you would, like as you would be at a baseball game in the States, or a soccer match in the UK. But I suppose I also had to remind myself that the people I was seeing were the creme de la creme. They were the elite, because within Pyongyang, the only people allowed to live within the city are the people who have what's called high songbun. And songbun is, so everyone is classified according to their degree of political loyalty, whether you are loyal, wavering, or hostile. Okay, and this is not because of what you necessarily did in your lifetime. This could be because of what your grandparents did during the Japanese War. So if you were unlucky enough to have someone in your family tree who collaborated with the Japanese, that's it, forget it. Not only will you never live in Pyongyang, but there's certain careers that will never be open to you. So the people within Pyongyang are all loyal, and they're the people who Kim Jong Un is keeping on side um, by guaranteeing them a certain standard of living. And one of the ways he guarantees them a certain standard of living was extracting hard currency from visitors like us. To be frank, so we were all kind of playing a role in this. Um, Interestingly, when I said to Mr. Ree, so tell me about Songbun, Mr. Ree, because I did my homework before I went out. He said, I don't know what you're talking about, but I know from I know from North Korean refugees that I met before and after that Songbun is a real thing and is a crucial fact. It's a factor actually in some people's decision to leave North Korea because there's some people some bright, ambitious people might entertain hopes of getting a good job and being, a doctor or a teacher or a professor. But if your songbun is bad, that is never going to happen. So I spoke to people for whom that was part of their motivation for leaving the country. Um, let's see. Now, there's so much to say about. I mean, it was such an incredible experience. I guess before I throw it open to questions, I'll say so. I returned from North Korea thinking that was amazing, and I would go back. Of course, now you can't go back because shortly after the bromance with your ex-president ended, North Korea sort of turned nasty again, started launching nuclear tests, and after when COVID hit North Korea, they essentially put up the borders. Even embassy staff left the country, and all foreign visits ceased. So goodness knows what's happening. We know now that COVID has hit in quite a big way, but very much later than it hit the rest of the world. Well, who knows what was going on right during the 2020. But I suppose I would, I would happily go back. I think it was fascinating. I mean, if I could square it with my conscience, there's an issue about, are you supporting a terrible regime? And I guess it was easy to lose sight of that when you were being charmed by Mr. Ree and Mr. Kim and being given a delicious pizza at the Hung Italian Pizza restaurant on Future Scientist Street, Pyongyang, where the entertainment is, very smartly dressed women singing North Korean propaganda songs to serenade you while you eat the very good North Korean mozzarella. And you have to think, no, forget, there's hundreds of thousands of people in the gulag. What's happening to you? You've lost your moral compass, Theru. Come on. This is despicable. But I couldn't. I guess I came back thinking, I don't really know what anyone was thinking. What was going on there? What goes on in the daily life of a person in North Korea? What do they wake up and eat for breakfast? What do they study at school? What do they watch on TV? What if you're in love with someone? What do you do in North Korea? Where do you go on a date? What kind of soft drinks do they have? And these, of course, are all the sorts of things that a novelist needs to know, because when you're writing a novel, you need the texture of ordinary life. Above all, you need that authenticating detail. And I had to gather it very, very slowly and painfully from other books, from people I interviewed, from accounts by refugees, which are necessarily people who are really having a terrible time already. What it's harder to find out is what the elite thinking. What are the people in the Pyongyang bubble thinking? What are the people around our supreme leader, the comrade General Marshal Kim Jong Un thinking? Which is how Mr. Ree referred to him unfailingly every time he said his name. It was it was never Kim Jong Un. It's our supreme leader, the comrade Marshal General Kim Jong Un. And so, and actually, there are a few things. It hasn't been translated into English, but in French, there's an interesting book by Kim Jong Il's personal sushi chef, a guy called Kenji Fujimoto, who wrote an account of what it was. Kim Jong Il, who liked the good things in life, as they all do. The North Korean had a personal sushi chef who he brought in from Japan, and Mr. Fujimoto wrote. It's not exactly a kind of tell-all account, but it was pretty useful. Um, and so that was so I and also I drew from things that I saw on my trip. So I remembered seeing the soldiers washing their uniforms in the Taedong River. I put that in the book, and I remembered the small detail, but the at the mass games, there's a moment where they celebrate the global struggle against capitalism, and all the fraternal socialist countries are represented on stage, and Cuba is represented by about half a dozen Koreans in straw hats and blackface to show solidarity with with so and the were and I remember also there were a kind of shocking moment where we were in the bus and we saw people in a truck being trucked out to the countryside to help with the harvest, because one of the things is people in the countryside are very hungry, they might not be able to work that hard, so the soldiers from the Korean People Army are trucked out to help bring in rice or sorghum or whatever it is they're harvesting. And we could see them in the back of we could see them in this, it was a big Russian Soviet truck with a canvas roof, and the soldiers were standing up in the back. They were standing because there was no room for them all to sit down, and they were all wearing gas masks. They were looking out the back wearing gas masks, and they looked absolutely terrifying. They looked like stormtroopers from Star Wars. These guys standing in gas masks, they looked terrifying, but they're wearing gas masks because they were just trying to breathe, because the fumes blowing up from the back of the truck were blowing into the truck, so they're standing there. So, and I thought in some sad way that was captured something about North Korea. Now, I've talked for longer than I intended. My apologies, but if anyone has any questions, I'd be very happy to answer them. There's a no, what the I didn't tip the minders. No, I didn't. That would have been a short step to capitalism, and that would.
Thank you. I read a novel, and sorry, I can't remember the name of it, but it took place in North Korea, and it pictured some of the people as being so hungry that they ate grass. Um, how how accurate do you think the stories of a typical North Korean are that somehow filter to us? How accurate?
I'm sure that's true. By the way, I'm sure people ate grass during the arduous march, and there's even some evidence that there was cannibalism too. I mean, the people were desperately hungry. It was like the how accurate. Do you mean it? I mean, there's different ways of looking at it. I think the accounts that we get from the refugees are accurate. I think that people on uh, the the accounts of human rights abuses are definitely accurate. I think the life in the North Korean prison system is appalling. We know that people get executed for watching South Korean soap operas. We know that. So I think all that stuff is true, and we also know that South Korean intelligence sometimes. This we have good intelligence. I guess South Korea has a existential interest in having good intelligence on North Korea, right? But I think also that will occasionally, how can I say this without using the word fake news? There will occasionally be some kind of baroque allegations about. There was one, for example, when Kim Jong Un took power, his uncle previously, Jang Song Tek, had been the kind of had been the regent. He'd been kind of looking after things while the transition to Kim Jong Un's rule took place, and South Korea's agency said that he'd been executed with some kind of surface-to-air missile. And that doesn't make any sense to me. I spoke to people who have taken professional interest in investigating these things, and they didn't think that was true either. They also said he was that he was torn to pieces by dogs. But I mean, that just sounds like I don't that stuff. I don't know. But I think in a funny way, it wasn't so much the supreme awfulness of life in North Korea that is hard to credit or imagine. Because we know about the famine in Ireland, right? We know about the Holodomor in Ukraine. We know that in the 1930s there was a terror famine. We know what happens to people when they don't have enough to eat, and we have, I think we have good testimonies and human rights uh, reports about what happens in the North Korean gulag and what people get executed for and how people get executed. It's three shots in the back of the knees, the back, and the head, and you. And I think that stuff is well attested. In a funny way, the things that were felt to me the hardest to know was what are people watching on TV? Or what do people do on a Sunday afternoon? It was almost an ordinary life is the thing that we never see, and that's and in a way I was almost more interested in that because I think you can find there are great books about Barbara Demick, Nothing to Envy, Aquariums of Pyongyang. Although have been some question marks I think raised about some of the accounts in that, but it was because my conviction is that more unites us than divides us. That we all love our family, we want our kids to thrive. We generally, most people will do the right thing. What they feel is the right thing, and I felt that we must be able to talk to each other. They're not North Koreans are not fundamentally different from us. But I guess the big question, and I spoke to a guy called Andrei Lankov, who's one of the foremost experts on North Korea, and he's in. What's interesting about him is that he grew up in the former Soviet Union. He was born in Minsk, so he's got first-hand experience of growing up under an authoritarian system. And he says, the $64,000 question is, what do the North Koreans actually believe? So when Mr. Rhee took me to Kim Il Sung's ancestral village on the first day and laid flowers and put his hand on his heart and looked me in the eye and told me, that he was essentially a soldier in the Kim Il Sung nation and he would sacrifice every drop of blood in his body. Did he believe that? What is Kim Jong Un his personal savior, or is there some, and no one knows the answer to that. No one knows the answer to that. So, but thank you for the question.
I have two questions.
Sure.
The first one is I'd like you to address the Dungeons and Dragons aspect of it.
Sure.
I definitely want you to do that. But also, do you have any idea how the enclave of the 400 or 500 North Koreans got out of North Korea?
Okay. Well, let me tell you about Dungeons and Dragons first. I Dungeons and Dragons. What did you say? Oh, okay. It was not the Dungeons and Dragons. Is not my son's fault. I'm a total Dungeons and Dragons nerd, and I think if you read the Dungeons and Dragons, look to me, we all have an inner life, right? We all have an imaginative space in our somewhere, which is kind of the guarantee of our imaginative freedom. And actually, it could be a lot of different things. And one of the ways that activists from outside North Korea want to bring change to the country is by not actually sending in copies of Dungeons and Dragons, but they'll send in thumb drives with books or TV shows. But I have to say, this was they were doing this in 2019. Now it seems to me it would be even more dangerous because the government's really clamped down on it. But just introducing the idea that you have agency, or you can think what you want in your head, and in its essence, Dungeons and Dragons is a game where you control a character and you make choices to determine your destiny in a world of non-player characters, right? Characters who don't have any say in their destiny, but are just there for you to interact with. But I think that it's a real misunderstanding to think there's anything like a non-player character in the real world. Right? I think there only are player characters, and that's kind of my that's my that's my fundamental belief about life, and that's the fundamental belief of Cho Jun-soo, the protagonist of the book. But you were asking about the 400 people who escaped. They There's a variety of ways of getting out of North Korea, and I know some of the most dramatic story I heard was from a woman who escaped twice. And the first time she went into China and then got repatriated and put in a North Korean prison. And then the second time, so there's a border. The North Korea borders China, mainly China, but there's a very small part of the North Korean border which abuts Russia. It's only a 10 or 15-mile border. As far as I know, no one goes over that border. They go into China, but the first problem is that if you get caught by the Chinese authorities, you get returned to North Korea. So what she did was she walked across the Gobi Desert into Mongolia, which in itself is an incredible feat. And there's a fence in the middle of the Gobi Desert dividing Mongolia from China. She crossed that fence with her partner and her child and made her way to Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, where she then went to the South Korean embassy. And at that point, she was able to get asylum from the South Korean embassy in Ulaanbaatar. But I mean, that's I, jeepers. She's an incredible. She's actually a politician. She's run for to be a councillor in Manchester in the UK. She's an incredible woman. I mentioned her book in my afterword. But other people cross the border into China. If you have a lot of money, you can, or if you have relatives abroad with a lot of money, they can transfer money to a kind of broker and there's a kind of what would you call it? There's a sort of there's a sort of business class or first class way of getting out. If as everywhere in the world, if you have enough money, your path can be made immeasurably smoother. And there's a way of getting out that involves going going out without any problem of flying to Thailand. I never met anyone who took that route. But I think the bulk of the people in the UK over the borders to China, very few people go. It's almost impossible to go south into South Korea. Although there was a spectacular case of that. I think it was 2017, where a soldier just drove straight across the border and kind of smashed his way into South Korea. And I think there's video on the internet of it. Of course, when we said to the border guards in North Korea, we said, "What about this guy who drove over the border? Don't know anything about that."
All right, I just want to know a little bit about your motivation to write the novel.
Sure.
I mean, I'm guessing, you wanted to create this intimate life that you really didn't see, and so you had to write a novel to make it up. But I don't know if was your motivation or what is it?
Yeah, essentially that was it.
I haven't read your book.
No,
yet, so-
that's okay. Yeah, that was essentially it. I wanted to look when I played Dungeons and Dragons. I, inhabited the mind of an orc, or an elf, or a halfling cleric. Okay. So, and it was just an exit. So, we used our imaginative, and we used the Gary Gygax's rule book as well to imagine ourselves into another person's life. And I thought, if you can do it to a halfling cleric, I can do it to a 14-year-old North Korean. Was kind of my rationale.
So, on that same vein, you've written science fiction, speculative fiction, whatever the genre is called. Why was it so important to get North Korea right? Why was it so important to be accurate about these everyday details?
Well, I mean, I felt like it. I felt like verisimilitude is everything, and I wanted it to feel. I wanted to write the. I read there's a novel written by a North Korean writer published in English called Friend, and it's, as far as I know, it's the only North Korean novel in English. I don't recommend Friend. It's quite a boring book. If I'm going to make it sound more interesting than it is when I say it's like a North Korean Kramer versus Kramer. Yeah, that makes it sound good. It really isn't that good. And And I can understand why, because whoever was writing it, how if he got it wrong, he was gonna, he would be something bad would happen to him. But I read it looking for the kind of texture of ordinary life that ordinary fun, because I love that about books. I want to believe that everything in this book could be real. This is what it really is like, and I felt like I wanted to write the book that, for now, uh, my North Korean counterparts can't write. And I'm sure, it'd be great one day if my book gets superseded by the great North Korean Dungeons and Dragons novel written by a North Korean. But I suppose I don't feel that that book may not be written for some time. So, in the meantime, you got mine, and I did it, and I made sure, I got, I had it read by a number of Korean readers and a number of Korean readers with North Korean heritage, and I ran it by some people who work for NK News, which is the main. So I think not only is it accurate, I think it reflects the changes that happen in North Korea over the course of Cho Jun-soo's life, which is that it's become, it did become richer. They did get mobile phones. In Pyongyang now, they do have solar panels on the houses so they can charge their batteries during blackouts, and there are private markets where people trade in goods, and human beings are indomitable, aren't they? As oppressive as the country, as oppressive as it is, they still find a way to try and make a living, to try and improve their lives and the lives of their families. So, but yeah, it always felt like I want a North Korean to be able to read it and go, yeah, that's it, you got it.
Can I? Last question. Okay.
Sure.
It's been really fascinating hearing about your experience in
Thank
North
you.
Korea, and I'm excited to read the book. And I'm curious to know why you decided to write it from the point of view of a 10-year-old. When I read the description, it almost reads like a children's novel, but I'm wondering, it seems like it is an adult novel. Who is
Yeah.
your audience?
Right. So it's not from, it's not written, it's not a first person novel. It's, it's a story as it was told to me, where I'm trying to capture the person's life in as much detail and much accuracy as possible. It's almost like a reporter. And he starts out age 10, but he ages over the course of the book, and it covers his whole life, actually. And it's written in a very straightforward way. It's my most simply written book, and that's just something that this is the bit where I compare myself to Tolstoy. No, like like late Tolstoy became very, very interested in writing. He wanted to write things that everyone could connect with, and that's, as I get older, I feel the same desire. I want to write a book that my son could pick up, or my son's friends could pick up, but that also doesn't seem, but that is simple without being simplistic, I suppose. So, and I think the other thing is, it's such a complicated world, with its Songbun and its Kim Il Sung Socialist Youth League and the Boy Boo. It's that I wanted it. I wanted people to close the book thinking, oh yeah, I totally understood that. Sure. Hello.
Bienvenue.
Merci.
Marcel. I'm Anthony Michael, and we should have met everywhere in the world, but not in Savannah. So
Okay.
thank you. That's the first thing. Thank you. 2 questions. Can you talk a bit in French?
No, I can't. I can talk in
About
Russian.
Paul. About Paul. And second question, will you be joining us in Versailles for a small Versailles history book fair on the 25th and 26th of November?
Definitely.
And I'll be your guide.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. That's easy. Yes. Speaking in French, French is, it's been my internal embarrassment that I have a French name, but my French is not pas très bien, pas très bien. But
So we'll all come to Versailles.
You will come
There we
in.
go. We'll all be there.
Huh? Oh, that's true. I didn't translate it. Did you? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. It's done very well in France. Au Nord du Monde. That's right. Oh, great. So, well, it's nice to meet you. Thank you for the question.
So let's all give Marcel a wonderful.
Thank you so much. It was a real pleasure.
Thank you so
My
much.
pleasure.
Again, Marcel will be going over to the Telfair Square where he'll be signing his book. And please remember our volunteers with the yellow buckets to help and continue this wonderful Saturday. Thank you so much for coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Has Saturday been fulfilling? Have you seen all the authors you wanted to see? Good, good. My name is Ariel Felton. I'm a member of the volunteer board of directors for the Savannah Book Festival. The spiel that I'm about to give, you've probably heard a few times at the other events, but this should be the last time, so bear with me. It is very extraordinary for a board member to get up on a Saturday and stand before you and the author that you came to see. And the reason I'm here is for extraordinary circumstances. The cost of nearly everything has gone up recently. Probably many of you have felt the impact of inflation, and so I'm here to tell you how it has impacted the festival. Nearly 90% of the festival's income is from sponsorships and donations. Over the last 16 years, that generous support has allowed us to provide Festival Saturday completely for free, and we are incredibly proud of this gift to the book lovers of Savannah and our friends from all over the country, many of whom travel here year after year for the festival. But this year, the cost of the festival, from transportation to author accommodations to venues and even the cost to rent a tent, have increased significantly while our income has largely stayed the same. Unfortunately, this is not sustainable for us. Each year on Festival Saturday, we have yellow buckets for donations, which you can find at the back as you leave. We have them again this year, along with a new Venmo account to make it even easier to give. If you scan the QR code on the back of your program, you can give pretty automatically. So I'm here on behalf of the board of directors to ask you to give to the Savannah Book Festival today, whatever is comfortable. Earlier, I heard someone say that if everyone just gave $1 per author that they saw on Saturday, that would be such a huge help to us. So we can do this again next year. So if you like Saturday the way it is, free, lots of authors all day long, please consider a donation. And now I will get out of the way. Thank you, guys.
I feel like I'm in an intimate book club here with everybody. So good to see you. Welcome to the final presentation. My name is Heidi Lieberman. This year's festival is presented by the Philip E. and Nancy B. Beekman Foundation, David and Nancy Cintron, Robert Faircloth, the Courtney Knight Gaines Foundation, and the Gerald D. and Helen M. Stevens Foundation, with a special thanks to a grant from Georgia Humanities. page is stuck. Sorry. We're especially grateful to Georgia Power for sponsoring the First Baptist Church Fellowship Hall here for us today. As noted from our board member, we want to thank all the literati and members of the Savannah Book Festival. CJ Hauser is going to be signing her festival purchased books in the Telfair Square immediately after the presentation here. Two housekeeping items that I know you've heard before. Please make sure your cell phones are turned off and no flash photography. Lastly, on the back of your program, you do find those QR codes. There is also a code there to take a survey, which helps the board in planning future events. CJ Hauser is here with us today, courtesy of Kim Bokius Swan and Dan Swan, as well as Bruce and Lori Eckert. Now to the good part. CJ Hauser teaches creative writing at Colgate University. They are the author of two novels, Family of Origin and The From a Ways. In 2019, CJ published The Crane Wife. It was also the title essay in the Paris Review, which reached more than 1 million readers. This is CJ's first work of nonfiction. So if we all could give a nice warm Savannah welcome to CJ, I'll turn it over to her.
All right. Hi, y'all. Can you hear me? Yes, excellent. This is a crazy beautiful thing that happens in Savannah. I was walking around the day before the festival started and I was like, oh, there are a lot of people here. It must be President's Day weekend. And everyone I saw was like, no, it's for the book festival. And I've never seen anything like that before. I think it's really special to have a community that cares about books and bookish people. And so I'm just really, really grateful to the festival, to all of you for coming, to the city of Savannah for hosting us. It's really been a lovely, special time. I am going to talk to you about some weird stuff about stories. So my memoir, The Crane Wife, is my first work of nonfiction. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what I came to understand was at the heart of the book for me as I sort of did the process of writing it. But first, I must make a confession that I told friends of mine that I was going to be speaking in a church space, and they laughed at me very hard because I am not a church-going person. And so I was like, I asked two of my friends who are church-going people, I was like, how should a person be in a church? And my friend Kezia said, you have to wear a skirt, and then laughed at me because she knows I don't do that. And then my friend Dana told Kezia to hush, and she said, like, a church is it's a place where you go to talk about things you believe in community. And I was like, okay, I cannot wear a skirt, but that other one I like a lot. That one I can do. So the skirt is off the table, but talking about things I believe in is my speed. So I want to tell you a little bit about the things I came to believe over the course of writing my memoir, which is, among other things, a book about love and storytelling. We all tell stories about our lives, whether that's coming home from work and reporting on the day to a loved one, catching up with a friend and telling them what's up with us, or even maybe, especially, thinking through the events of our life in our own heads. The stories we tell ourselves inside our own heads are often about who we are, who we'd like to be, what our lives have been like so far, or where we hope or fear our lives are heading. And what I believe is that we tell ourselves stories because this is how we make meaning from the events and experiences that make up our lives. A day is just a day, an experience is just a set of facts until we turn it into a story for ourselves and others. The story is the way we metabolize the facts of the day and experience a life into deeper understanding and the ability to experience the events of our lives as meaningful. A case study to exemplify this. My mother often tells the story of the time my grandmother threw a Twinkie out the window of a speeding car. These are the facts of this story. And if you could imagine a kind of like Law and Order dun-dun sound effect after each of the facts, that would be a great service to me here. So we'll start with the facts, then we'll get to the meaning. So fact, I was 3 years old. Fact, I was hungry. Fact, my mother was pregnant and harried and had got me a Twinkie for a snack. Fact, I did not like Twinkies, and I was whining about how I didn't like Twinkies. Fact, it was a hot day and the car windows were rolled down. We were on the way to see my mother's obstetrician. Fact, my grandmother was also in the car. Fact, my grandmother is from New Bedford, Massachusetts, which is a shorthand way of saying she was terrifying. Fact, when I said I didn't like Twinkies, my mother looked like maybe she was about to cry. Fact, my grandmother said, "Fine, you don't have to eat it then," snatched the snack from my hands and threw the Twinkie out the window. Fact, my mother at this point in the story always says, "And you made a face like this." Fact, my mother cannot tell this story without wheezing with laughter. So my mother tells this story because the bare facts are, shall we say, memorable. But if that's all it was, I don't think she would tell it over and over again. So I think my mother tells this story because she has used it to make meaning from the facts at hand. So, meaning from story. I was not normally a whiny child, but I was suddenly vehemently opposed to Twinkies because of my mother's pregnancy and divided attention, and this boded poorly for her years of parenting to come. And in the moment of this story, she was understanding and feeling a way about that for the very first time. Meaning made from story. My grandmother was often very mean to her daughter, my mother, but on this day, when her daughter seemed more like a fellow mother and less like a daughter, my grandmother was suddenly team pregnant mama, and out the window the Twinkie went. Meaning made from story. My grandmother's meanness had less to do with who my mother actually was as a person and more to do with the roles everyone found themselves in: mother, daughter, caretaker, cared for. Meaning made from story. Here on the brink of child number 2, the things that seemed like a big parental mess or shortcomings were maybe not the end of the world, not worth holding on to. Out the window they went, gone with the wind, gone with the Twinkie. Listen, do I think my mother tells the story over and over again because she's keenly aware of all of this and is using the Twinkie story as a vehicle for this meaning? No. But do I think I have been subjected to this story 100 times because it is a moment my mother's brain has used as a vessel to carry some version of all of these understandings and truths about mothering and roles and generations? Yeah, I really do. So we turn the events of our lives into stories because our brains are meaning making machines. If our memories were just all a bunch of facts floating around, it would be harder to understand which moments carry pride, shame, or wisdom, which stories we can use to express to other people who we are and what we want to need to become close to them, which is great, fine, yes. But here's something else I believe: there is a problem with all of this. Humans gravitate towards stories, but we have trouble inventing new ways to tell them. Even us writers, us professional story makers, have trouble doing it. See here the extended Marvel universe, the endless reboots of old classics, the Fast and the Furiousest 12, and the rest of the sequel industry. So, when we tell ourselves or others a story about our own lives, we usually draw on familiar story shapes and patterns to do it. The most common old chestnuts, familiar arcs, and tropes we have internalized: rags to riches, enemies to friends, meet cute to happily ever after. When we try to make sense and meaning of our lives, we reach for stories to do so, and whether we like it or not, whatever stories our brains have internalized tend to be the default way we make meaning, which is fine if your life happens to look something like those stories. The trouble comes, of course, when we're not in sync with all those available story shapes we're carting around with us. At which point, we either try to cram our actual beautiful, oddly shaped lives into some ill fitting story shape, which feels not great, which diminishes them, or we tell ourselves that because the facts of our life don't fit into any readily available meaning making story machine, they must not have very much meaning at all. They do not count. Extra not great. Another case study. I'm an English professor in the blustery, extra Narnian part of central New York State at Colgate University. And I usually teach undergrads, but I once ran a little online writing workshop for alumni writing stories about their time at the university. Specifically, it was a group of women who are all part of the very first class of women admitted to Colgate when coeducation began in 1970. It was now 2020, and these women had been asked to write stories about their experiences of coeducation for an anthology celebrating 50 years of women at Colgate. And they were struggling. Help, they said. And this was confusing because these were smart, funny, educated, self aware women. And so, why should it be so hard to write down these stories? It soon became clear they were stuck because they sensed there was some sort of story about coeducation they were supposed to tell. You know what kind of story I mean. There was a kind of story an anthology celebrating coeducation would be expected to contain. These stories would be triumphant, inspiring, cheerful, and palatable. We don't know how to write those kinds of stories, the women said. Help. But are those the kinds of stories you lived? I asked. Like, what were your actual experiences of coeducation? Oh, we could never write about those, they said. Oh, yes, you sure can, I said. In fact, that is what you were being asked to write. And if it's not, why would you write anything at all? Not to give you an existential crisis or anything. It wasn't always good, they said. It was hard and messy, by which they meant their actual stories didn't have the clean, triumphant shape of the kinds of narratives we usually use to talk about, hooray, 50 years of this. Wonderful, I said. Let's talk about writing the messy ones. I am talking about the alumni women because I moved by them, and they wrote some really scandalous stuff for that anthology. And the people who were working on it got back to me later, and they were like, "Is this your workshop?" I was like, "That wasn't me. I can't contain them, smart ladies." It was yeah. I am moved by these women and their stories, and it was all well and good for me to give them advice, but a well-known secret is that we're usually best at giving the advice we most need to take ourselves. So, another case study. This is actually an excerpt from the memoir about the first time I ran into trouble with this concept of the expected story. In the 6th grade, when we were asked to read a biography by a significant person, it is perhaps telling that in my Oz mania, this is an essay about my grandfather who convinced my sister and I that the land of Oz was real, with actual elaborate trickery and persuasion, which is I'm still not fully recuperated, but I became obsessed with the land of Oz because of this. In my Ozmania, I did not choose to read a biography of Baum, and instead chose Judy Garland, who, of course, played Dorothy in the 1939 movie production of The Wizard of Oz. We were meant to come to school on Biography Day dressed as the subject of our chosen book and to report to the class about our lives in the first person, in character. We would then go on to mingle with our famous compatriots at a character brunch. This is unhinged, right? I don't know why they had us do this, but they did. My mother helped me locate Little Girl Lost, The Life and Hard Times of Judy Garland by Al Diorio Jr. at the local library. I was horrified and obsessed by Garland's tragic biography and was determined to bring her truth to the people. And yet, in a totally warped choice, I still chose to appear at school dressed as Dorothy that day, not as Garland. I was all pigtails, glitter glue heels, and blue ankle socks when I stood in front of my fellow 6th graders and introduced myself as Judy, Judy, Judy. I told the class that the rigors of my film shoots required me to take uppers, which were drugs, which also helped me lose weight, which was good for Hollywood, and about the difficulty I then had sleeping, which required downers, also drugs, and how this cycle of uppers and downers eventually killed me. I then whispered that there were rumors that my death wasn't really an accident, but a suicide. When the bell rang, my teacher suggested I play act as Dorothy instead of Garland at the impending character brunch. Can I at least tell the people about Carnegie Hall? I asked. Sure, she said. I understand now that I was meant to read and report on something uplifting, to behave like the other children who'd come dressed as Jackie Robinson and Mary Curie, and whose families had presumably found them biographies that did not dwell on the other black ball players who were robbed of the chance to make good on their talent or on the effects of radiation exposure. We were all meant to be Dorothy and not Judy that day, to recite the shiny Aussie dream of our biography subject. Given my predilection for fantasy, it might surprise you to learn that I was also the kind of kid who hated a lie, but I knew there was a difference between a fantasy and a lie even then. And that day in 6th grade, I smelled a rat. So we don't enter the world preloaded with all of these story-shaped expectations. We learn them over time. We are taught which kinds of stories are expected of us, and we are taught which kinds of expected stories we can use to communicate to others that we are happy, worthy, and whole. But I have been fighting the expected story for quite some time now. It haunts me as it haunted the alumni women. In fact, I have become so obsessed with understanding my relationship to the expected story that this is what my memoir is all about. The Crane Wife is about what happened when my life, myself, didn't fit the mold of any of these most readily available pre mod expected story shapes. And I just kept trying to crush myself into the mold of it anyway. Spoilers, it didn't go well. So here's the first paragraph of the title essay of the book. 10 days after I called off my engagement, I was supposed to go on a scientific expedition to study the whooping crane on the Gulf Coast of Texas. Surely I will cancel this trip, I thought, as I shopped for nylon hiking pants that zipped off at the knee. Surely a person who calls off a wedding is meant to be sitting sadly at home, reflecting on the enormity of what has transpired, and not doing whatever it is I am about to be doing that requires a pair of plastic clogs with drainage holes. Surely, I thought, as I tried on a very large and floppy hat featuring a pull cord that fastened beneath my chin, it would be wrong to even be wearing a hat that looks like this when something in my life has gone so terribly wrong. 10 days earlier, I had cried and I had yelled, and I had packed up my dog and driven away from the upstate New York house with the 2 willow trees I had bought with my fiance. 10 days later, and I didn't want to do anything I was supposed to do. So, this is the beginning of the memoir's title essay about how I chased the stories I'd been given about what love and happiness were supposed to look like, and how I made decisions that I thought would bring me in line with those narratives of happiness, and how they did not make me happy. I had chased them so far that I almost wound up getting unhappily married because I thought that getting married would give me a story to communicate success and happiness to other people. But more than that, because I thought getting married was a story I could use to make meaning from the facts of my life and understand it as meaningful for myself. And when that didn't work, when I got engaged and started living a life that looked like it was supposed to, and I was still unhappy, for a long time I assumed that meant there was something wrong with me. And so here is another little bit of that same essay. Not long before I called off my engagement, it was Christmas. The woman who was supposed to be my mother in law was a wildly talented quilter and made stockings with Beatrix Potter characters on them for every family member. The previous Christmas, she had asked me what character I wanted to be. My fiance was Benjamin Bunny. I agonized over this decision. It felt important, like whichever character I chose would represent my role in this new family. I chose Squirrel Nutkin, a squirrel with a blazing red tail, an epic, adventuresome figure who ultimately loses his tail as the price for his daring and pride. I arrived in Ohio that Christmas and looked to the banister to see where my squirrel had found his place. Instead, I found a mouse. A mouse in a pink dress and apron. A mouse holding a broom and dustpan, serious about sweeping. A mouse named Hunka Munka. The woman who, I need to tell you this too, when this essay got published, the most email, I received a lot of different kinds of emails, but there was a strong contingent of Beatrix Potter super fans who were like, justice for Hunka Munka. Hunka Munka has like a really strong spirit and she's actually quite a troublemaker. We hate that you're misread, but like, I don't, she was wearing a pink dress and I just, it was a moment, but like, I do need to reflect that like, apparently the Hunka Munka apologists have something to say. A mouse named Hunka Munka. The woman who was supposed to be my mother-in-law said, I was gonna do this squirrel, but then I thought, that just isn't CJ. This is CJ. What she was offering was so nice. She was so nice. I thanked her and felt ungrateful for having wanted a stocking, but not this stocking. Who was I to be choosy? To say that this nice thing she was offering me wasn't a thing I wanted. When I looked at that mouse with her broom, I wondered, which one of us was wrong about who I was? Listen, I grew up in Connecticut, and I don't want to assume things about Savannah, but in Connecticut, there are things we do talk about in public, and there are things we don't talk about in public. You do talk about successes and happiness and overcoming hardship. You don't talk about active struggling. You don't talk about messing up. You don't talk about feeling sad. You don't talk about feeling out of sync with the way everyone seems to be living their life if it doesn't suit you. And you definitely don't talk about how you identify as a ferocious red squirrel and not a hunkamunka sweeping mouse, and how your fiance cheated on you and you accepted it for a long time because you thought that having no human needs made you worthy of love, and how eventually you were in a state of misery and crisis so potent that you called off your wedding and then 10 days later still went wading in the muck of the Gulf to study a bunch of big old dinosaur birds with 5 strangers. You also definitely don't publish it in an essay that goes viral so that over 1 million people all over the world read it. These are not hypotheticals. Let me tell you, 1 million people reading about all these parts of my life is the opposite of Connecticut style not talking about it. And it was a little bit terrifying. But getting engaged and doing a dozen other expected story things, none of that had worked to transform the facts of my life into a meaningful story. But putting my own weird story on the page in my own weird way allowed me to turn the facts of my life into a story that held and carried meaning for me. I will tell you a little bit of a secret. A dozen different women's magazines and national newspaper columns about love rejected my essay. They didn't want to publish it for the very good reason that it's weirdly shaped. It doesn't offer a neat bow, it doesn't offer a silver lining. It is not a story we know and recognize, and it's more than a little weird. It is a lot like my life. It is a lot like me. It is like someone who won't wear a skirt to speak in church, but does still very much want to testify to the things they believe in earnest company. So I had to find some other beautiful weirdos to publish it, and I did at the Paris Review. And they liked that my story didn't sound like stories they'd heard before, that it was a little bit weird. So they published it, and 1 million people read it, even though it wasn't a story shape they recognized. And even better than that, when 1 million literal people read about all the true things I had thought I wasn't supposed to say out loud because Connecticut, a lot of those people wrote me letters and said, "Holy shit, I feel this way too." I am moved over and over again when I read the responses I have received since publishing that essay. I have received emails from young readers who recognize the ideas I was battling in themselves, letters from older readers who have written to me with their life histories, often mostly to tell me about the happiness they found on the other side of hardships. I got messages from people who saw themselves in the characterization of my ex and thanked me for the clarity it brought them. The existing known story shapes of the world let us express the existing known feelings of the world. And it's hard to come up with new ways to tell stories. It's hard to find people who will publish them or take them on their own terms. But if we try, then it gives us a way to make meaning from other kinds of experiences. It gives us language to express the sorts of feelings we don't talk about because we're afraid they will mark us as weak or strange. Or maybe we don't talk about them because we don't have the language we need. We don't have the story shapes. In this book, I went searching for the kinds of stories I could start telling and telling myself that would make room for different kinds of love, different kinds of happiness. Would it feel like to dismantle and escape my own narrative expectations for my life? These stories move through past, present, and future. They begin with the excavation of mine and my family's past and the places my ideas about love came from. They move on to show my struggle to escape the stories I'd modeled my life after. And in the end, they're all about the new ways I want to seek love and happiness and community now. At the end of the day, this is a book about a story addict trying to live their life with a little less outlining, about how to find joy in the uncertain and the unexpected, and what it might mean to toss out the narrative expectations we have for the story of our life, whether that's trying to control what a day or a week looks like in our planners, or trying to control who we love and when and how. I hope that this book might send readers searching for revised love stories of their own, because we're going to need them if we mean to find joy in spite of or because of whatever unexpected shape the world and communities and people we love decide to take on next. I will leave you with one last case study, and it's a very small one, and that's what makes me love it the best. The last essay in my book is all about my lovely father and all the slow, borderline boring things that bring him joy. When I was writing the book, I had this whole outline for like where the book was going to go and what it was going to do, and then had a meltdown and called my agent. And I was like, I don't want to write about that thing I said I was going to write about. I want to write about my dad. And she was like, What about your dad? I'm like, That he's nice. She was like, What about it? And I was like, That's it. That's the whole thing. And she was like, Fine, just go, whatever, go do it. So like I end the book with this sort of call to unnarrative, to undrama, which doesn't make for a very nice story shape, right? But it is something that if you don't write about it, it doesn't validate it as a story we can tell. So I wrote about my dad, about his garden and loving the crossword. And the essay is all about coming to understand him and to understand that I wanted to be more like him, and how the story of the little things my father loves aren't recognizable stories. They're non stories. They're more like stillness, more like a quiet humming joy. This is what I write about the moment I started to become like my father. My dryer has been on the fritz lately. Or rather, my dryer has been on an inevitable march towards convalescence and an untimely demise, and I have done nothing to stop it. As the interior fins have all rattled themselves off, the dryer became less a machine that dries clothes and more some hot womb in which damp clothes slip about for a time. The point is that somewhere along the way, my finless dryer gained the ability to produce perfect lint balls. I mean, I opened the dryer door and a perfectly round, evenly gray little ball popped out, felted but smooth, the size of a ping pong ball. I was obsessed with this lint ball. So obsessed that I wanted to tell someone about it, but then it occurred to me that probably no one wanted to hear about my perfect lint ball. Telling someone about your lint ball sounds like a euphemism for telling someone the most excruciatingly boring details of your life. But it was so perfect and it made me so pleased. And then I realized I knew someone who would appreciate its glory. I snapped a picture and sent it to my father. That is a perfect lint ball, he wrote. Isn't it? What are you going to do with it? Save it forever, I said. So, if my hypothesis for this book was that we need new and more diverse ways of telling stories to help us make meaning from all the real and daily parts of our lives, not just the big, shiny, recognizable ones we know from the movies, my favorite email I have ever received is a tiny little data point from the wild that this might be working. It hasn't happened yet, but maybe I like to think it's coming soon. Here is the email. Oh no, have I lost my last page of the email? I will have to recount it to you. I am 72, and looking back on my life, I felt it was a boring life. I read about the lint balls. I was an appliance repairman and saw firsthand the perfect lint balls of which you encountered. Looking back, I was amazed at the perfect balls too. Maybe looking back at all the daily things in my life isn't actually boring after all. And there's no better email I'll ever receive. And that is the end. Yeah. Thank you all for listening. We have time to do questions, but also if instead of a question you want to share like what is an inherited narrative or story shape that you feel like, I don't know, is living rent free in your head, where it came from, what you think about it, I would love to hear that too.
Hi, thank you so much. So much of what you talked about really resonated with me, and I just really appreciated you putting language and words to it. My question is, when you're doing writing that is so deeply personal and vulnerable, you kind of mentioned this. It's really scary to put it out into the world. Where do you find the courage, and throughout the editing process too, when somebody's editing these deeply personal stories? Where do you like how do you find the courage to be so vulnerable and then to have that critiqued and edited by other people?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Well, there are two parts to this answer. The first part is like if you raise a child in secrecy and silence in Connecticut, they will grow up to be a person who saying stuff out loud like this is actually thrilling and makes me feel like it makes me feel safe and good. Like everything is on the table and less like everyone's going hush 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 hush, which gives me anxiety. So I was part of a human experiment and now here I am. But more than that, I think a lot of people, especially young writers like my students, my undergrads, uh, ask a lot about vulnerability and sharing. And I think they have this sense that because I've written a memoir, I have talked about all the hard and vulnerable parts of my life, and like I left the bad shit out because I have people in my life I need to keep in my life. You know what I mean? So, yes, I think anything that it brings you joy to share out loud, even if it's like fear and joy, is a beautiful thing to write about. And like you want to say it to someone else, great. That doesn't mean you don't owe your guts to anyone. You know what I mean? So you can pick and choose. Like, here are the things I want to say, here are the things I want to tell. But it's not like you have to hang everything out to dry if it doesn't bring you pleasure to do so. And no one's allowed to ask you that, especially an editor, especially a reader, especially a, I don't know, to protect your own. Actually, I just read Claire Dederer's memoir the other day, and she described her daughter as a person who protected her solitude like it was a wilderness preserve inside of her with all these animals who were like wandering around happy and unmolested. And that idea of like having a space where just the animals can like chill and no one's there like with their little writer pen, that really did something for me. So yeah.
So, do you really want us to tell a story?
I do. Yeah.
So, I'll tell you a story. When my daughter was 12, she was an exquisitely, well, like you, exquisitely sensitive, and an exquisitely sensitive being in a world of insensitivity is a struggle to survive. And at the time, I was anything but exquisitely sensitive. In fact, I was really without sensitivity. And she came home from school one day and she was crying because the kids had been bullying her and the kids had been hurting her feelings. And she came to her father for comfort. But not being a comforter, I didn't really know how to do that. All I could do was give her my advice on life. So, my advice on life was, honey, the world's a tough place. And you have to develop a thick skin in order to survive the life you've been born into. And she started chuckling, much to my chagrin. I was not very happy about this. And I said, honey, what are you laughing at? And she said, so, Dad, you're telling me you want me to be just like you and not be able to feel anything.
Oof.
So that's a story, and it's a story that I've carried with me for a long time, because when it happened, I didn't really understand the significance of what. In fact, I didn't even know my own self, and it was in the wisdom, her wisdom, that was much greater than mine. Although at the time I thought I had earned the right to have more wisdom than her. So it doesn't quite fit in, but for some reason your talk reminded me.
Oh, thank you so much for sharing that. I love that that's a moment that stuck with you. And I think, like, I'm talking about these sort of inherited narratives as if they're inherently bad, but sometimes, like the story that you're telling, it's a thing that you either tell someone because someone told it to you and you haven't questioned it yet, or you tell it to someone because you love them and you don't want them to get hurt. And you're like, okay, so have a thick skin because I love you. I hate seeing you in pain. I don't want you to be hurt. And like, that's a very beautiful and generous reason to offer that to someone. But I love that her response instead was like, well, I don't want to change that part of me. Like, why do I have to become less than exquisitely sensitive just because these kids are jerks? So thank you a lot for sharing that. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to ask, when did you decide that you wanted to be a writer?
Yeah.
How did that
So
all come about?
how I was a strange and bookish child, who just I've always loved to read. I've always loved stories in every form. I love movies. I love albums that people put together too well. I love anything like that. Has just always been sort of where I wound up. I think I wrote dumb little stories as a kid that were usually about like a child who sort of looked a lot like me discovers an underground network of caves full of panda bears who need someone to take care of them. Like I would write these wish fulfillment stories, I think, which was like the idea of this is the thing I want to see and I don't have it, so I have to make it. But I don't know, when do you become a person who writes versus a person who is a writer? All of that is in other people's hands, so I think you get to decide for yourself. But I always liked to write. I never wanted to like be a writer until maybe in my like late 20s when I like realized that was a thing. But before then it was more like I don't know, I love stories. Let me try to make this. I mean, I also love paintings and I tried to make them. It went less well for me. Yeah.
I love your idea of how our experiences that don't necessarily fit into a narrative still matter. I'm wondering, in writing memoir, how do you maybe find that balance of things that you think matter versus getting an audience to like care and relate to that?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think a lot of it, this is going to get wonky, but like a lot of it has to do with formal work on the page, I think, because so much of the shape of a story, and I keep saying the shape of a story, is sort of where the active beats are happening or like what happens before what. And so almost all of the pieces in the book have like very, very peculiar shapes. There's a 40-page essay about John Belushi's grave. I don't know if you know that John Belushi was like exhumed and they moved him and he has like two graves. And I spent a long time doing research. It wound up being an essay about grieving my grandmother and the way we do grief in my family. But for me, the idea of sort of needing to pass through this experience of researching Belushi's grave with my two like chosen family best friends, who I thought of as my like golden era SNL crew, like I had to go there to talk about the actual biological family and the grief. And I like to think that over the course of that piece, you see the ways that we're acting like a family and we're grieving together. My chosen family friends and I, my not ready for primetime family. Um, and so I like to think that the reader will, over the course of it, they'll see it and they'll feel it, and then they'll be like, oh yeah, that's a thing. And other times it's just about being a jerk and subverting readerly expectations. So there's an essay towards the end of the book called Uncoupling, which is about sort of femme bodies and childbearing and all sorts of stuff. There are like a bunch of different threads, and one of them has to do with me and my body, and one has to do with whether or not I want to have children, and one has to do with my friend who I was going with her as she was doing IVF. And the essay is set up so well, this is what we expect, right? There are all three threads in this essay, and you expect in the end it's gonna be like, and here's how it all worked out and how it all connects. And there's a part where I'm like, hey, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm not bringing these together. The whole essay is about how those things were also bundled up in my mind, like childbearing and femme lives and femme bodies, and I could and dating, and I wanted to pull them apart. And so the whole essay is like a pulling apart of them. And I don't even say if my friend got pregnant or not. And many readers are very mad at me about that. But that's what I mean. It's like if we expect that everything comes together, if we expect that you're going to get a happy ending, if you expect that the story of my friend Bryn going to do IVF only matters if she gets pregnant, like you're missing the point. The point is here she is and she's doing this thing. Like this is a story on its own without that final beat. So, yeah, wonkiness and surliness and fun.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm wondering, because this is your first memoir,
Yeah.
right? I'm wondering if you've ever dealt with people in your work telling you that you're remembering something wrong. I've had that happen to me. I have an older sister, especially when I'm writing about family and like our parents. She's like, "You were 5. This did not happen. I don't know why you created this like essay about it."
Yeah.
I'm wondering how you deal with that, if it has happened, or if you've written about something from that long ago when you were young and you're like, it's possible that I could be misremembering this.
Yeah, so there's actually a moment I built it. So like yes, I think the problem becomes the process is how I always think about it. So like if I'm not sure about something or if my sister has been bickering with me about my memory of something, I just make that part of the essay. I'm like my sister will tell you this is completely false, but like I believe it in this way. And then there are other times there's a scene in the book where my college chaplain has told me that I've like by breaking up with my boyfriend, I've sent him to the mental hospital and I am totally to blame. And I was writing the scene and it's like a coming out story. So there are a lot of like complicated threads in there. But I was writing the scene, and in my mind, I was like, I'm sitting on the bench outside the dorm, and she comes and walks up to me and she tells it to me. And then I was like, but did she tell it to me? Or am I just remembering that someone told me that she said that? And so I just wrote it into the story that way. And then I was, but more importantly, not just to be like, hey, it could be this or that. Like, why do I remember it that way? So the way I unpack it is like, whether she said it to someone else who told me or told me directly, I think about it all the time, and like the pain of like an adult authority figure telling me that I was responsible for someone else's well-being in that way. Like I like can sit with it in my body, and so the scene in my memory is me in my body. And so I don't know. I think it's interesting actually to like lean into those moments and be like, why do I remember it this way? Like maybe it was true, but if it wasn't, like what is that about that this memory has like this shape for me? Yeah. But yeah, people get cranky.
Well, CJ, thank you for
Thank
sharing.
you so
your
much.
enthusiasm, honesty. It was a pleasure. And thank you all for coming. This is the closing time. Please do think of, I hope you're going tomorrow to the Lucas Theater for the Pulitzer Prize winning author, David Moranis. There are tickets still available. And lastly, please do consider donating. The volunteers will be there at the exit area. We do want to continue this fabulous tradition here in Savannah of Free Saturday. Thank you again. Keep reading.
And a few books here if anybody wants to.